arrived, I will call to order the Finance Committee meeting of Tuesday, October 18th, 2022, and ask staff to please call the roll.
Council President Furman.
Present.
Alder Carter.
Present.
Alder Revere.
Here.
Alder Figueroa Cole.
Here.
Alder Vitiver.
Present.
Alder Evers.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we are back into our briefings on the executive operating budget from agencies. And we will start today with the municipal court. Judge Koval is here with us. Judge, thank you for taking time out of your day.
Thank you for having me. It's always nice to be here on my annual meeting with all of you. As you can see from my budget, there's no major changes in the budget. It maintains the current level of services that we've had over the last year. And during the last year, we have worked hard to increase accessibility to the court by offering on the court website. Now we have a very improved interactive website, and it's formatted in 4 different languages. We've also made significant changes to allow people to conduct business with the court in non-traditional ways to better serve folks who may have barriers due to work or personal schedules, transportation, or other types of disabilities. So we're hoping to continue that work because that seems to be the trend now. In working with the IT department, we're able to really start to get down to the hybrid hearings and being able to deal with people who both appear in person in court and individuals who'd rather appear via Zoom. And so far that's been working out pretty well. And it helps a lot with the anxiety for all the parties because having witnesses who may have experienced some type of a traumatic experience, having to come to court to testify is a little more traumatic than being able to do it from a remote location. So those are the major changes in the court, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Really appreciate the work that you and your staff are doing to make your services accessible in our community. Are there questions for the judge? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Dan. Welcome to your annual appearance before the Finance Committee. It's always great to see you.
You too, Alder.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on what you were just sharing with us. So is it, you mentioned hybrid, are defendants able to have the option of appearing in person before you, or is everything
it can do either way,
in writing or by Zoom?
Sorry to interrupt. They can do it either way. They have the option to either appear in person or appear via Zoom. We leave that option up to all the parties, not just the defendant, but the witnesses as well.
And so that would be true for initial appearances or any sort of plea.
Correct.
They have that option.
Correct. And most people, frankly, I would say 95% of the people would rather appear via that option than in person. For example, it's kind of time consuming for someone to have to come downtown to just go in front of the judge and enter a plea of guilty, no contest, or not guilty, and then potentially have to, come back and then have another court date after that. So most folks choose this option, but we keep it open because they have to have an option in person if they prefer that.
So I presume that the Madison police officers, I know for parking citations, that's a little different because they have to actually request a court date. But for the citations that are issued by Madison police or building inspection or park rangers, et cetera, is there a brochure or something that makes it clear? I presume.
Yes, of course.
The uniform citation, there's not room for all that.
Right. So there's been for a while, Alder, a pamphlet that the police give, the Madison police and the other agencies are supposed to give out whenever they issue a citation to anyone, that explains all those options on that pamphlet, as well as that those explanations are on the website as well. and people can call, and they can also come in and ask us questions. We're open to the public during the day as well.
Well, that's great. Well, one last thing, I did take the opportunity to just pull up your website as you were talking about how it's available in 4 languages, which I clearly see, which is obviously terrific. It does say at the top under COVID update that, quote, no in-person court appearances are allowed until further notice. All court appearances will happen by mail, email, fax, or phone. So you should obviously,
that hasn't been updated then.
Somebody should let IT know that it needs to be.
Yeah,
updated.
thank you, Alder. I will do that.
You're welcome. And IT, I'm sure, is in the meeting, so they also heard us just have that colloquy. Well, thanks very much, Dan. Thanks for all your
Thank you.
work all
Nice
these
talking
many
to you.
years. Likewise, take care. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter.
Thank you. Judge Koval, we were on the same committee a few years. It seems like a lifetime ago, but I don't believe it was a lifetime ago, regarding security in the courtroom. And I know that now that you're going to a hybrid format, was that ever resolved? Because I know one of the police officers that was on that committee with us ended up being the chief of police over in Monona. So can you give me an update on that?
Sure, Alder. As I recall, with that committee that we were on together was a joint city-county committee, and the security aspects they were talking about were not only as it pertained to municipal court, but whenever there was other types of meetings within room 201 in the city-county building, and how security issues should be addressed for those types of meetings. So it wasn't just focused on the court.
Right.
But what has happened since then, from what I've heard, Alder, is that they have contacted us, and we have worked with them about how they can gain access to our office during meeting times for other meetings in the case of emergencies. And so we have been working with them in allowing them to obviously have anything that they need to be able to help facilitate whatever safety measures are necessary. As far as for court is concerned, we just recently have a contract with an agency for security. Before we were utilizing hiring police officers to provide security, but we had limited the number of days for security because of doing more Zoom type of hearings, but we still have to have, in-person hearings whenever a person would prefer that. So we will have security going forward in the future if we need them for any in-person appearances.
Thank you so much. And then I
Sure.
just want to touch base on the fact that on your slide, you have that you don't anticipate increases related to the town of Madison.
Not generally, because Madison's town court that they had that is being dissolved didn't have a significant amount of cases in the past. So I don't really anticipate it's going to jump when they get incorporated into the city. So I don't really see it as being problematic.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. It's always good to see you.
You too, Alder. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for the judge? Seeing none, and thank you, Judge. Always
Thank
good
you.
to see you.
You too. Take care, everyone.
We'll move on then to Public Health, Madison, Dane County.
Good evening, everyone. I will be fairly brief. We are starting to return to normal in our operations. And so what you see is some of those efforts. In our 2023 budget, we are reestablishing the fee increases that we had hoped to start in 2020, but we put those on hold as the pandemic began, and are intended to support 3 of the positions that we were able to bring on board as the result of ARPA funds. So we are grateful for those continued ARPA funds to support 16 project positions, and then how that also allows us to use and create fund balance to continue to provide some support in COVID response activities. So we currently have 52 LTEs that are supported in a variety of different roles in our COVID response. What you also see is what we've been talking about quite a bit, the annualization of the sexual and reproductive health clinic expansion in the 2023 budget. That will be fully operational in 2023, and we are grateful that we've had the opportunity to start building that team and hopefully start services later this year yet. With the result of those fee increases, we are requesting to create a 1.0 bilingual clerk 1-2 to support that program. The license establishment program, though there were definitely impacts from the pandemic, has seen an overall increase in the number of establishments that we engage with and support annually. And this is a really critical position for that. And then as I've had the opportunity to put in, I don't always have this given the timing of when this meeting is held, but since we submitted our operating budget, the county executive has added an additional $186,000 to our budget to support PFAS testing and outreach, primarily through the creation of a 0.65 environmental health specialist position. We'd love to see that be a 1.0 position because we are very lean in that area. In our in our environmental health program, most of the staff in that program work in that compliance and licensing lane. So less so to work on emerging environmental health issues. So there's so much more that we do, but those are the primary changes, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Janelle. Are there questions for public health? We'll start with Dave.
That's okay. I can go at the end of the questions.
Alder Vitever.
I had a question that there is a contract to access community health centers. Is that part of the violence prevention program, or is that something else?
That's been a long time piece of funding that has come from the city through the public health department to support access and kind of being able to provide care in the community.
So it's just general support. It's not for a particular program
correct.
or anything.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Alder Vivier.
Thank you. Hi, Janelle. I'll start with just a couple of, and thank you obviously for the presentation. Start with a couple of process questions. First, under the agreement, are we no longer required to meet in joint session with the Dane County Personnel and Finance Committee?
I encourage you to join us next Monday is the joint meeting of this body and Personnel and Finance.
Oh, okay. So I saw on our agenda tonight that you're presenting also tonight to them at 5:30. Did I read that correctly, or did I read it wrong?
No, I think it was indicated for next week at 5:30.
Oh, I see. So are we having a joint Zoom with them, or?
Yes, the county hosts this time. So we'll make sure that you get that Zoom link if you haven't already received the full invite.
And how many of us do you need for quorum? Do you remember? Or is there not a minimum that you need?
We only need one member of the finance committee to attend, but as many of you can attend would be helpful. This is a county committee meeting, so you're attending that just like it's a city committee meeting when it's the city's turn. It'll be noticed as a discussion item. There'll be no action taken at the meeting. We'll send out the information about it. If you could let us know if you're going to attend, we do need to have at least one finance committee member in attendance at the meeting.
Very good. Thank you both for that. The other process question was, and I was around for the unification agreement, so I shouldn't remember all this, Janelle, but and I was going to ask about the legacy city contracts anyway, but the money that the county executive is proposing for PFAS testing under our agreement, or is that the type of funding that we're required to support? Or obviously it's a very worthwhile cause and we would want to try to assist with the funding. Are we in any way required to match that with our levy money?
I'll answer, and I'm sure Dave will probably round me out a little bit as well. But in the IGA, as I understand it, and I've read it, each body can contribute things independent of the other. This is one of those items that is supported wholly by the county. I just wanted to flag for you that this would be a new thing in our budget that I had the opportunity to present upon in advance, so that sometimes we reconcile and we see those things a year later plus when we start doing the next budget. I will say I do have a request that for support to potentially round that out to a 1.0 position and not just a 0.65 position, but this is entirely funded by the county, what I presented to you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then very generally, just out of curiosity, either current year or next year's respective executive operating budget proposals, could you give us a ballpark as to, are there a lot of items in each respective city county budget that are 100% funded by those respective levies where there isn't a joint cost sharing? Obviously, these legacy contracts that you were asked about, access, for example, is one example where I presume that's 100% city levy money.
Yes, I will give you a ballpark answer right now, Alder Verveer. There are not many, and I can do a better job of breaking those down in the future, but I don't have them all itemized in front of me that way right now. So there are not many independently. I think there are more city items that are independently funded by the city than there are by the county, just given my rapid analysis of this right now, but I don't have that list in front of me at the moment.
Very good, thank you. Yeah, no rush, but if you can get that to the committee in due course, that might be of interest to folks besides myself. So anyway, speaking of these city legacy contracts, again, I've been around and remember the history of many of these and when they were instituted. One that I was involved in, for example, and it shows how old this one is. Vivint Health is, you probably know, has changed their name like 4 times now since the funding started. So, and I also remember last year there was a bit of a kerfuffle with Safe Communities Coalition about a proposal to either go to RFP or perhaps reuse their legacy funding here. And I keep using the word legacy. I don't know if that's appropriate or not. But anyway, for all these contracts on page 300 of the city budget book, do we ever go out to RFP for any of these, or are these kind of been treated just as sacred all these many years? And since you've been our director, have we had RFPs for any of these? Do you recall?
I'm not aware that we have had RFPs for any of those. I'm not looking. I'm trying to listen to you, and I don't have that page in front of me, but I think the majority of those have been kind of denoted in the budget as funded directly.
Well, some of them, like Focused Interruption Coalition, have been more recent, but some of them are like over 20 years old, like me in this venue. I was just curious. Maybe you could follow up with that information as well, you and your colleagues at some point. My last question, if you have it handy, is I know in prior years, public health has enjoyed a pretty robust reserve fund or fund balance. And I'm wondering how the pandemic has changed that and either helped or hurt your current reserve level or fund balance. Do you have a ballpark figure for what that is? currently?
I believe we'll be entering 2023 with a multi-million-dollar fund balance. And we are grateful that it was able to grow a bit over the pandemic because it's allowing us the ability to continue to draw from that in order to support continued COVID response activities that we are not assured to have additional funding for.
So and with that said, is the plan to retain most of the LTEs, hopefully for the time being, and you'll be drawing on reserves to partially fund the compensation of these dozens of pandemic LTEs?
We've had the practice and you know, the ability to work with LTEs allows us to kind of expand and contract a bit more quickly based on what the context, what the needs of COVID are in the community. As you can see, we're asking for $850,000 of the fund balance to be applied to continue to support those LTEs in 2023. We don't know, you know, that work has continued to, I would say, stabilize, perhaps shrink a little bit. But we also know that there is an incredible demand and expectation that to continue to provide support for testing and vaccination. And that has continued to evolve. So having those resources has been incredibly helpful. And that's kind of the approach that we have. We were able to use some of the additional funding, ARPA and ELC that we received earlier in the pandemic to create some permanent project positions that that are intended to provide leadership support to the positions, the LTE positions to support the work. So
Thank you. I knew that from your presentation at the outset. I guess I didn't phrase the question very artfully. I guess what I meant to ask you, Janelle, was does the $850,000 fund 100% of the COVID response LTEs, or are you also able to use federal funding to still support?
I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you for that clarification. So the $850,000 supports our disease control. We have been able so far to use FEMA and other funding for vaccination, and then we use a different program to support testing. The testing funding we anticipate may go away in the spring of next year, and then we'll continue to look at what the needs are in order to provide additional support. The disease for what areas of response. The disease control has pivoted in a bit and are providing quite a bit of their work is to support organizations or schools that may be having outbreaks to support reducing that continued spread of illness, and then some one-on-one conversations, but also we continue to request that folks with positive diagnoses have get in touch with us and submit a survey, and then we'll do some follow-up analysis so we can continue to keep a pulse on things. So I gave you a little bit more than what you were asking for, but that's our intent.
Thank you. I appreciate all that very much. Thanks for all the information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Fair.
Hey, thanks, Mayor. Hi, Janelle. Janelle, I know there's been funding in the budget for violence prevention the last few years, and we're continuing with that. So I was wondering if you wouldn't mind taking a minute or two to just give a high-level overview of the momentum and the work that the coalition and the team is doing for the benefit of the alders on finance and others that are listening on the call, if you wouldn't mind.
Thanks for that question, Alder Fair. I'm actually going to ask Arielle Smith because she leads that to provide that and can speak to it so wonderfully, articulately, and enthusiastically. So Arielle, would you mind jumping in?
Sure, and I apologize. My internet's a little unstable, even though I'm in the CCB, so you cut out just a little bit. Would you mind repeating your question?
Yeah, no problem. And I didn't realize you were here. I would have asked directly to you. Just was wondering if you could give just a high level overview of how things are going with the coalition and with your team's work, just for the benefit of alders who maybe aren't, just aren't in the know. And no offense to any of the alders, just that, since you guys are here, we'd love to hear about it.
Sure. So the work of the Violence Prevention Coalition is going very well. We had a little bit of a lengthy start as we were reigniting the coalition, as we call it, and gathering a little bit more diversity in our stakeholders who attend the meetings. So we've got a set meeting schedule. Our whole coalition meets once a quarter. And then each of the work groups are kind of have a little bit of variety in their meeting schedule, but most are meeting once a month. And so as a friendly reminder, our work groups are centered around the 5 goals within the roadmap. So that's data, children, youth, and families, intervention and healing, fostering strong neighborhoods, and coordination and collaboration. And so we have been able to put out just over $300,000 so far into the community with our community-based projects and utilizing some of our partners within the coalition. And we also have right now scheduled 2 additional RFPs to be released in 2023 and 2024 to again put out some additional dollars for community violence prevention initiatives. So overall, it's going very, very well. We're kind of moving into phase 2 of the reigniting of the coalition. And so right now we are recruiting for steering committee members. So if anyone is interested, please let us know. We're looking for some stakeholders, members from the community to really serve as a little bit of our advisory board for coalition and for larger violence prevention efforts. So that's one of our goals moving into 2023 is to establish our steering committee, again, work on that second RFP that we're going to be releasing in 2023 and working on advancing kind of the next phase of priority goals, strategies, and objectives within the roadmap.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Evers?
Thank you, Mayor. Janelle, I wonder if you could speak to the budget increases that were announced in both the mayor's executive budget and the Dane County exec's budget regarding the community health portion for sexual and reproductive health services, the adding of these 7 positions. I understand the timing of this related to the Dobbs decision, but I'm curious and concerned how much coordination is with the nonprofit service providers like Planned Parenthood that currently offer many of these services with full-time functioning clinics. Will we be duplicating services, augmenting services, coordinating services? Has there been much communication, for example, with Planned Parenthood of Wisconsin about this proposed increase in funding and these new expanding the clinic hours to a full-time clinic?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I'll also just ask Carl Meyer, who's the Director of Community Health, to turn his camera on in case he wants to add anything, supplement to what I'm responding to. But I would say, first and foremost, yes, there's been an incredible amount of partnership and collaboration with Planned Parenthood. We have been talking with them as long and strong partners, I would say, for many years, and have spent a lot of time in conversation with them in advance of and since the Dobbs decision around strategies and opportunities to assure that there's reproductive healthcare access robustly available in Dane County. We most recently had a conversation a couple of weeks ago where they did indicate to us that as we had anticipated, they had seen a decrease in folks potentially accessing their services, not because there is a decrease in need, but largely the result of the confusion that has been created as a result of the Dobbs decision. We also know that there are more folks who potentially do not have that same ability to access services than who we have been providing care to in the past. So close contact and continued contact to assure that we are not duplicative. Though we will be providing many of the same services, we are not providing the whole host of the same things that they do, but to really add to spaces and to assure that we can also partner with other community stakeholders to create a welcoming space for everyone in this community. So please let me know if you have any additional questions.
Well, just one. I'm wondering if there will be any assistance in this expanded budget to help people who have travel cost needs to get across the border for reproductive services, health services that are no longer available in Wisconsin.
I don't believe that is a way that we can use the funds of government funds to support that, but I can tell you that we will be continuing to provide support around all options counseling so that people know what options that they have available to them should they find themselves pregnant, and then support them in being connected to the resources aligned with the choice that they make.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for public health? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ariel, Carl, and Janelle. And we will go on to the assessor's office.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with Megan Lukens, my business systems manager.
Hello.
We just wanted to go through, we really have a cost to continue budget this year, which means that we'll just be providing the same level of service. I outlined the services that we provide: discovering property, listing property, valuation, communications, and required reporting. Those are the 4 or 5 main divisions of our service levels. And I just provided a little bit more detail. I don't need to read the screen to you about what those 4 things require. All of the discover, listing, and valuation, the guiding principles come from the Department of Revenue. So we provide a municipal service that's completely guided by state statute or the Wisconsin Property Assessment Manual. I didn't really want to, again, read the screen to you. So those are the 4 with the cost to continue. Christine, if you could go to the next slide. We do have one change this year. We are reclassifying an administrative clerk position to an administrative analyst position. The impetus for this reclassification is the advent of CAMA in our office, which is a computer-assisted mass appraisal. With that new valuation system, we shift from primarily data entry into a system operating as our quality control. And now that we have a system or are about to embark upon having this new system, we will have data automatically in our flow into our system. We won't have the data entry need any longer, but we will have a need for quality control. So with that lens, we would like to be intentional about building in quality control around our data because it is so used and impactful. We wanted to take this position and reclassify it toward the auditor position and develop it. We were going to wait about a year. Initially, we thought we were going to wait until 2024 to do this, but we had our administrative clerk take a position with the Common Counsel's office. We're really happy for her to make that move, but it left this position vacant. So instead of filling it with someone where the need for data entry was going to fall away in a year, we decided to just pause, not fill it, and reclassify it now. There is an advantage now. The auditor will be part of building the system itself. And I think that's a significant advantage in terms of outcome. That's our only change this year beyond our cost to continue budget. Any questions?
Thank you, Michelle. Are there questions for the assessor? Seeing none. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we will go on then to the attorney's office.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Mike Haas, City Attorney. I think you're hearing a theme of cost to continue. In our case, we have a couple of additions. And so I want to thank the mayor and the mayor's office and finance department for accommodating our supplemental requests. We had two significant ones, at least for our budget. One was to restore a city attorney position to full-time, which has been a 75% position for the last couple of budget years. And then also there will be a new assistant city attorney position proposed with half of it paid for by our office and half by Metro. And that attorney would focus half of their time on assignments from Metro. This is something we've talked to Justin, the Metro general manager, about. And they have a need really for more focused legal services for their agency, partly because of BRT and the really significant involvement we're having with federal government funds and the grant process and use of those funds, but also, as he's expressed, just some other duties that they need an attorney that is able to spend time gaining expertise in dealing with issues related to Metro. So that is in the mayor's executive budget proposal. And as we outlined to the mayor's office in our submission, we do have significant needs related to the addition of the town of Madison, at least in part with increased enforcement in municipal court. The 75% assistant city attorney position that we have now, that individual basically, since he's been on board in the last year plus, most of the time has been working full-time because of temporary vacancies we have had in our office. So these positions, I think, will go a good ways towards helping us to manage the really greatly increased workload. I do want to note our prosecution team, which consists of 5 of our 15 attorneys. They're really feeling the brunt of a state law change, which gives defendants in OWI first offense cases a greater incentive to go directly to circuit court for their trials, rather than in the past, they would go to municipal court and then appeal to circuit court. Those circuit court trials are very time consuming, especially dealing with jury trials. I want to say it's maybe 70 hours in trial preparation and conducting the trial compared to like 4 hours if we're in municipal court. And in the past, I was told that one of our attorneys would be in circuit court for an OWI trial maybe once a year or every other year. And now we have constant requests for these circuit court trials. So that has really been an additional burden on our prosecutors. We have one vacancy now we are filling. We will shortly have a second, as you probably heard. And it will take a little bit to get that. Those attorneys will start out on the prosecution team, and it will take a little bit of time to get them completely up to speed. If we want to go to the next slide, we just reviewed quickly a couple of our initiatives for racial equity and social justice. The mayor's executive budget is avoiding what we had indicated we would need to do, which would be to cut at least one of our summer clerkships, which are paid clerkships. Those really help us in really, I guess, paying back to the profession in helping to develop law school students to serve in the public sector. And one of them specifically through the state bar is focused on diversity clerkships. We've had a long relationship with both of those clerkships as well as with the law school's prosecution program. So we will be able to retain those. And just generally just noting here that our office, of course, supports all city agencies in the ResJ work that they do. So we did point out here, we are at the beginning stages of a complete revision of the Code of Ordinances to incorporate gender neutral language. You will be seeing that on an upcoming agenda. We will be asking the councils to simply allow our office to work with Muni Code, who codifies our ordinances, to make those changes as editorial changes, rather than having every chapter of that code come back to the council. So you will see that on an agenda yet this year. So with that, I will stop and ask if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Are there questions for the attorney? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Mike. Thanks for the presentation. Well, you certainly are going through a lot of changes in your office, and I appreciate that the mayor treated your increased workload with the respect it deserves in her executive operating budget. A couple of questions. The first one is with Kevin's departure, for example, coming up, and then I don't know how long before you'll be able to fill these vacancies and then the new position that you'll be authorized in the new year. But could you share with us what your current thinking is on how soon we'll see a new assignment list for your ACAs?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Alder. We're actually in a better position because we had a vacancy that we were filling from our prosecution team. So just in the last week or two, we received those applications, and HR has already approved us filling both positions from that applicant pool. And so those applications are being reviewed this week. Then we expect to be able to conduct interviews in the next coming weeks, and I'm hoping to have both positions filled. Of course, Kevin's position won't be filled until he leaves, which will be, I think, December or early January by the time he is off the payroll. But we hope to have those positions filled quickly. And the Kevin's position, we haven't completely finalized this, but it looks like that will be filled by transitioning one of our prosecution attorneys to Kevin's position, an attorney who's relatively new to the office, but had 7 or 8 years of experience with a private firm before coming to our office. So that will be, of course, big shoes to fill. At least we appreciate that we will have Kevin here for another, hopefully, month and a half to help train that individual in the office, and then we will backfill that position so that will become a new prosecutor. We've had initial conversations with the real estate and economic development staff to try to keep these projects that Kevin has been working on track. As you know, it's a challenging position, and some things I expect, as with Kevin, you don't learn until you've been through some actual negotiations and closing deals. But we're going to do our best to keep all those projects on track and on schedule. And Kevin is going to help us to do that while he's still here.
Thanks.
I would also just note, as you're all aware, with the untimely passing of Mike May, he was actually handling some cases for us for tax property tax challenges, and so his firm has, even while he was in the hospital, was transitioning that work to another attorney.
Thank you for all that. That sounds good. And thank you for the update on the Section 42 tax credit challenges that Mike was handling for us. Obviously, it's emotional even thinking about that. And by the way, and this might be inappropriate to say, but I really want to thank whoever in City Hall went to such great care to have the city well represented. Obviously, we were well represented in big numbers in terms of people at the visitation Friday, but the bouquet on behalf of the city was absolutely gorgeous, as well as the city flag that was sent over to the funeral home. So I really want to appreciate that, Mayor, and whoever in your office or Mike in your office that was responsible for all that. I really appreciate that. It was very memorable on Friday afternoon. Anyway, with that said, back to your budget, Mike. Is it fair to assume that, and I know who the 0.75 ACA is it fair to assume that incumbent will keep the current assignments that she has? And because when you reference the town and going to 0.75 to 1.0, it would be the same general portfolio, but the assumption is that there'd be more caseload because of the town attachment in a few weeks.
Yeah, well, I think that the town cases will be, divided up. I mean, there'll be city cases, so it won't be just.
Yeah, I don't mean prosecution. I don't mean prosecution. I mean generally as increased workload generally because of the attachment of the town.
Right. So the attorneys will continue with their current portfolios. We're just expecting, somewhat of an increase across the board with the increased population coming into the city.
Yeah. So when we see the list of assignments in the future, that the 0.75 position will likely remain the same in terms of those issue areas, is what I'm getting at.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I think lastly here, when you mentioned the increased demands with the OWI first being tried in circuit court across the street, are you thinking that as you're receiving these additional resources that the prosecution team needs to be beefed up, that 5 might not be enough? It seems like five is higher than it actually was not that many years ago.
Sure. I mean, it's been 5 at least since I've been here. I'm not sure how long it's been at that number. I mean, the prosecution team would love to have additional support. We just met today as a staff, and some of the other attorneys are going to assist on a temporary basis with covering some of the pretrials because we're down a couple. We are thankful and grateful for the additional positions. We did not request an additional prosecutor other than increasing the 75% position this year. We I think we'll continue to try to manage it. And the prosecution team also historically, they're the newest attorneys, and it's not uncommon to have a temporary vacancy there because attorneys are out on parental leave. That's just been the nature of it. And so it is not uncommon for them to be for some period of time operating with 4 attorneys or even 3. And sometimes we've been able to supplement that with, especially in the summer, with law clerks, and some of them have stayed on during the school year. So we just try to manage as best we can with that size.
Thank you. My apologies. I thought of one more question. I can ask Justin to elaborate when Metro is up yet today with their budget. But in terms of this new position that would be half funded by Metro Transit, is the assumption that most of that workload would be contracts? Or not necessarily? I know there's a list of different items that you shared, and that's in the budget highlights. So Justin turned his camera on. You're very generous, Justin. But anyway, whichever one of you wants to answer first. But if it is contracts, I obviously think, Mike, of Laura being our resident contracts guru in your office. And so I'm wondering, will Laura become more of a Metro specialist then by default, or what are your general plans for that position?
I'll just briefly respond and then yield some time to Justin. My plan is that I would like to get together with Metro, soon to try to map out a position description so that we're ready to go in January. And Justin can speak to his expectations. We will be focusing on sort of the other 50% of that attorney's time. But Justin certainly has a better handle on what their needs are. I expect we'll have discussions about, for instance, whether Patricia Loughton will continue to do the personnel matters, at least initially, contracts and grants and things like that. I think it's all on the table to be discussed. So I'll let Justin chime in as well.
Yeah, thanks. So on the Metro side, certainly we have a need for all of the things, personnel, contracts, all of that, which Mike's office has done a great job of supporting. What I really want to see out of our portion of this person, and I have no idea who that person will be, but making sure that they have the opportunity to go to a lot of the trainings that FTA offers. Because there's a lot of just compliance work that we have to, we go through a process of compliance every 3 years, but it's a continuous thing. And so my goal is to have somebody that is extremely knowledgeable on all these FTA rules and regulations to make sure that we're staying in compliance on everything, every step of the way. And so I really anticipate a lot of training, especially in the first couple of years, to be our resident expert on all things FTA.
And I would just add to that, and speaking to John Strange last week, he mentioned that he went to some of those conferences, but he was not able to attend regularly. And since John left, those Metro duties have been primarily assigned to Steve Briss, but also Doran Visti and Laura have been chipping in to help out as well.
Thank you. Thank you both very much. Appreciate all the information. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for the attorney's office? Seeing none, thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And we'll go on to the clerk's office.
Good afternoon. We don't have many highlights for 2023. We have 2 elections and they will be in the spring. And then we're grateful that the mayor's budget includes our request for an additional bilingual position that would be able to help the increasing need we're seeing for Spanish language assistance with our license applicants, and also help with our new voters from the town of Madison who, while they were in the town, qualified for language assistance. They're a small portion of the city at large, so we don't have the same language requirements that the town had for elections, but we'd like to keep providing those same services and have a smooth transition for those voters that were respecting that need for language services. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Are there questions for the clerk? Alder Carter. You're muted, Alder.
Hi, Mary Beth. My question to you is, I've gotten some inquiries regarding location for polling locations for the town of Madison. When will that be sent out, or has it already been sent out?
Those are being mail merged right now. And so within the next week, I think everybody should be getting their notice.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions for the clerk? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Mary Beth. Thanks for the presentation. You probably had a chance to see email from me this afternoon, perhaps about clerk's license revenue. And this is a follow-up to a question I had about general fund revenue of the finance director yesterday. So my simple question for you, just out of curiosity, do you off the top of your head know how many operator licenses your office handles each biennium at renewal time?
That's not something I typically know off the top of my head, but the mayor's office told me you were interested in that, so I got those numbers from.
Oh, you're wonderful. Yes, I've learned quickly that the deputy mayors are really good at tipping off division department heads about questions I might ask today.
We appreciate that, so we could have the numbers available. So I think the question was comparing the numbers now to pre-pandemic for operators.
Sure, you can just share with me what you have, and if you could maybe email it too, that would be great.
Yes. Yeah, I'll do that. So in 2018, we had 1,270 operators renew, and we had 1,148 new license applications for operators. That was a total of 2,417. We have not come close to that since then. In 2019, we had another 1,102 new operator license applications. And as you know, we're on a 2-year cycle with those. So that's the off year. That's the year that we're not dealing with renewals. And then in 2020, we went down from 1,270 renewals, the prior renewal period, to 1,090 renewals that were filed that year. And we only had 683 new operator license applications that year. I'm sure all related to the pandemic and places being closed. So that year we had a total of 1,773 operator licenses issued. In 2021, we only issued 662 new operator license applications. And then 2022, we've had 1,022 renewals. So that's very close to the number in 2020. And then 799 new operator license applications for a total of 1,821. So we are up from 2020, but we are still down significantly from 2018. And I think if you, as a consumer, go out to establishments that maybe you frequented before the pandemic, you will notice that there are fewer employees staffing those locations and a number of dining rooms that still remain closed and some shortened hours. So I think that aligns with the reduced numbers we're seeing in those applications.
Yes, thank you. And for those that are wondering, the biennial 2-year operator licenses are $80 currently, correct?
Right.
Yeah. The point I was just curious about yesterday, just so you know, was how much of a difference we should anticipate in even numbered versus odd numbered years because of our 2-year operator licenses. An innovation, if I recall correctly, you are responsible for many years ago. So anyway, thank you very much. That was very helpful, Mary Beth.
Right. And I don't think we have any good data that we could use to predict when and how we might be bouncing back from the dip we saw in the pandemic. So after we get through this pandemic completely, we'll have some data we can use in the future, but we have no way to know whether things will really start to pick up next year or if we're still going to see changes in consumer practices that continue to affect the licensed establishments.
Understood. Thank you again. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for the clerk? Seeing none. Thank you, Mary Beth.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go to the Employee Assistance Program next.
Hi, everyone. My name is Teresa Martinez, and I'm the Employee Assistance Program Manager with the city. I've been in my position here for 18 years, and joining me tonight is our Program Assistant and Budget Contact, Sherry Amos, as well as our EAP Specialist, Arlene Gonzalez, who's joining us for professional development reasons. We have no significant changes, I guess, to our budget. It's really a cost to continue budget, and we appreciate that given how tight things are in our small budget. And just to provide some reference and a reminder, our Employee Assistance Program offers both EAP services for city staff, significant others and family, council alders, and as well as critical incident response services. And we deliver that through what we call a dual model, or an internal external model that has internal staff as well as contracting with an external agency for specialty kinds of services and backup. So that's really who we are. Some of our changes, we did have to move $4,800 from salaries to services, and we do anticipate some salary savings in 23, and we need that in order to offset some compensated absence expenses, because we are anticipating 2 staff retirements. One of them is Sherry, and she will be a huge loss to the city, our program assistant, and the other is me. I will be retiring May 1st, and so with those anticipated retirements, we'll need to be hiring some new people. We needed to move those dollars for some training and professional development that we'll have to do as we have some new people coming into the program. So our consulting services, and this is these are the services that we contract with a company called FEI out of Milwaukee. We contract with them out of Milwaukee for those specialty services, for backup, for training, for supervisor consultation, and other kinds of workplace services like conflict mediation, work group intervention. And so that's primarily what they do for us, but we also have a greater percentage of our employees seeking services through FEI. And we think that the primary reason for that is due to the long wait times to get connected through their own insurance providers. So I feel like the EAP can really offer a really important service for people to support them and help them in a short-term basis by providing short-term mental health counseling until we can get the people who need the more longer-term assistance connected through their own insurances. We continue to offer resources and training to promote mental wellness, and we offer our counseling services. Well, basically all of our services we really do offer with a trauma-informed and equitable focus. We, just to add a little more to that, we offer training in Spanish, mental health services or mental health training for Spanish speakers. 2 of our staff are bilingual. We're focusing on cultural considerations portion of our website, and doing more and more and offering more and more of our educational opportunities in more accessible ways online and virtually. So we'll continue to provide education resources and consultation to city managers and supervisors because the pandemic has created a dynamic and changing workplace. We're seeing issues now that I think we saw them before. I think we're seeing some of them on a much grander scale now. And so the program will continue to assess what the needs are of this changing workplace and design and develop programming to meet those needs. And I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Thank you, Teresa. Are there questions for EAP? Alder Carter.
The only statement I have is Teresa and Sherry, please don't go. I would like to submit an amendment of that.
Oh,
Thank you
okay,
very
you're gonna
much
make
for
me
your
cry.
service.
Don't say that. I'm gonna cry.
Thank you for your service. I really appreciate what you all three do for the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That
Thank
means a
you.
lot.
Thank you, Alder Carter. And yes, the only good thing about Teresa giving us such a advance notice is that we have a very long time to say goodbye and to appreciate you. Are there any questions for AP? If not, Sherry, Arlene, Teresa, thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a
And
good evening.
we will go on to Human Resources.
Thank you.
Oh, you muted yourself, Greg, I think.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. I have some opening remarks, and I'm going to hand this off to Aaron Hilson to lead you through a brief presentation. I think you heard what Janelle talked about as it relates to the community and what COVID did to it. I think COVID also had a huge impact on our workforce, and we're still feeling the effects of that today. We're seeing higher rates of turnover, fewer applicants, and an increased rate of failed recruitments. COVID also exposed cracks in the HR's organizational foundation within our practices and our policies, as well as operational guidelines. What has become pretty clear as a result of this is that changes are required in the HR department and the city to remain not only relevant, but competitive with other large organizations as it relates to recruiting, hiring, and retention. What Aaron is about to review with you is not the end game. It's the first step in building a best-of-class HR department, the foundation of which is best practices and measurable results. I want to thank the mayor for supporting our initiatives in 23, and we hope that you will see that the investments that we have proposed are well worth it, and that we get your support. Aaron, I leave it to you.
Thank you so much, Greg. And thank you all so much for your time today and the opportunity to present to you our 2023 operating budget. As background for our budget, we wanted to take just a minute to share with you our vision for some of the modifications that are needed in our HR vision and associated services. Human Resources needs to take appropriate steps to assume a leadership role within the organization. And in order to get there, we've aligned our agency with a leading HR services model and identified some next steps for improvement, some of which we've already started, and I'll talk about in just a second. This service model is intended to provide an appropriate balance between the processes and the people of the organization, and you'll see that there in that graphic, and between the immediate needs and strategic and future focus. Currently, and this is where Greg mentioned some of the cracks that we've identified, HR is weighted too far in the day-to-day and process functions. And so to better align with this model, HR needs to develop more activities that are strategic and future focused, as well as people-centered. This graphic does show a few of our activities mapped to our HR services model, but I want to note that this is not at all a comprehensive look at all of our activities within our three existing services: employee and labor relations, HR services, and organizational development. The priorities and activities will change as the needs of the organization change, but this graphic is really just an example of how we tie our services to industry best practices and convert our individual agency roles into those of strategic partner, change agent, administrative expert, and employee advocate. Each of our service areas are comprised of varied amounts of each one of these functions. So in employee and labor relations, one individual employee may be focused primarily on administrative expert. and strategic partner, whereas someone in another work unit might have a combination of 3 of these different focuses. Next slide, please. So the framework also highlights some of the steps we need to take to transform into a high-performing HR team. We broke some of those steps down by service area here, with the 4th service area of administration, and highlighted in green some of those things we've already started. I won't go through all of them. You can read through some of them as you see fit, but some of them include things like developing targeted diversity recruitment plans, including apprenticeships, trainee programs, and external partnerships, expediting our hiring process, reimagining our personnel rules. A big issue, and this came out in COVID, is the need to automate a lot of our paper-based benefits and records processes, and aligning our benefits experience with our organizational goals and recruitment strategies. We have a really long way to go in terms of making sure the benefits we're providing are tailored to new applicants and toward long-term retention of employees. I want to make a quick mention of one item that permeates all of these strategies, and that's better use of data to improve our hiring resource management systems and structures to meet the changing needs of our organization. Next slide. And so this is our highlights and major changes. There are no real changes to our employee and labor relations budget. We're maintaining employee and labor relations at our current level of service. And organizational development, we're removing $4,000 in agency revenue to ensure staff are focused on internal organizational training needs. And then for HR services, we have the addition of 2 additional positions. And I'd like to just share specifically about the need for these 2 positions. The first is a talent acquisition specialist. The second is a program assistant to provide for administrative support for recruitment and onboarding of new employees. This goes back to that overall service model I just shared with you on the previous slides, as well as our strategic direction. It should be pointed out that over the past decade, our budget has stagnated or even declined, and at the same time, the workload continues to increase to the extent we have significantly outpaced our peers. To provide some data related to hiring behind this ask since 2018, the racial and ethnic gender diversity within our applicant pool has decreased. Overall, applications for posted jobs have decreased by more than 50%, and we've seen a 70% increase in failed recruitments year over year in 2020. Turnover is also up. For 2018 to 2021, mid-career employee separations increased by 46%. That's a pretty alarming rate. I just want to note, though, that these are not projected to be short-term trends. These are long-term problems that are at a point that we really have to start to proactively address these in changes to our recruitment and retention practices. Related specifically to the talent acquisition specialist, this summer we were able to bring on an hourly whose focus has been sourcing applicants for hard to fill positions. We've seen an increase in applicants given the added capacity this has given us to do targeted outreach for applicants and to begin to create a larger social media footprint related to hiring. Creating this permanent position is a necessary first step in enhancing the work we do in HR and allowing us to more strategically partner with our agencies to help improve recruitment and the outcomes related to recruitment. The program assistant position would allow HR analysts to focus more time on the strategic aspects of HR services workload and help us better meet agency needs related to the HR services function. They'd have the ability to develop more adaptive and creative solutions for hiring, including those like developing apprenticeship positions, pipeline opportunities, career pathways, and things that attract applicants interested in professional development. These development opportunities are a way to keep some of the talent we're able to recruit. Again, that turnover rate mid-career is really high, and to help make us an employer of choice in a highly competitive environment. And that concludes what we had in terms of our presentation of our budget. Greg, Brad, Eamon, and I are all available for questions.
Thank you. Are there questions for HR? Alder Fair?
Thanks, Mayor. Aaron, you mentioned using data to better recruit and retain people, something like that, but you didn't say much more. I'm wondering if you could just go in detail on like how you're thinking about that, what the strategy around using data to have a better workforce is.
Sure, I can get us started, and then maybe Eman, who leads our HR services team, could finish up on that more specifically. But some of what we don't do really well is look at, number one, where we're sourcing our candidates, and especially where we're sourcing our BIPOC candidates for positions, and how to make better use of those sourcing methods. Some of the other things we haven't done are really look at those things that applicants are looking for and better tailor our benefits or our wages or wage schedule, how we're looking at our total compensation to meet the needs of new applicants. I think we're using a model that's decades old, right? That relies on folks who are really interested in, long-term employment, a wonderful retirement program that we have through ETF. And that isn't necessarily what new applicants are looking for, right? New applicants might be looking for more leave, they might be looking for more flexibility, and we don't have a lot of data to tell us sort of the details of what they're looking for and how to attract them, and then how to keep them once they're here. I think we have some generalities that we get sort of from data nationwide in terms of, people appreciating, welcoming, positive atmosphere, people appreciating flexibility, and people appreciating professional development. But we're not doing a good job of sort of fine tuning what we're offering to meet the needs of folks who are applying. I don't know if Eman wanted to add anything to that.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Some other points of data that are of interest is really how can we speed up the process, right? How can we speed up recruitments and reimagining our personnel rules around those time limits that are very outdated based on snail mail, making sure that people got the paper document in the mail. So those factors can help us kind of pinpoint where the sticky points in our process are and where we can, trim some of that lag in our recruitments. We'd also be interested, and we've embarked upon some of our exit interview data and kind of expanding on that. So really earmarking why are people leaving and what can we do to help retain some of that talent in the workforce. And then the larger picture of data versus as an employer, how can we be more competitive as an employer of choice by, as Aaron mentioned, looking at those benefit structures, looking at our pay plan, looking at all the things that the next generation of workers are going to be interested in for the longevity of their careers.
If I could ask a follow-up, Mayor.
Of course.
I guess, so this, and maybe this is a question for you as well, Madam Mayor. So the study, the $350,000 proposed study on compensation and HR, I guess I'm not quite sure exactly what it all will entail. How is that related to all the stuff that you just talked about? I mean, I guess I'm sort of trying to figure out where that's at. I didn't even hear you mention it. Maybe I missed it. So is this an appropriate time to maybe give us a little update on that? Not update, but thoughts on that.
So Greg and Dave, I don't know if we have anything ready on the compensation study, but Alder, I can answer just briefly and at a high level. I think a fair amount of what Aaron has outlined would be covered by the study, but not everything. the things that relate to our competitiveness with respect to salaries and benefits, with respect to sort of career pathways within the organization, I think all would be part of that conversation. Some of the things that are more about our sort of internal processes around paper versus electronic would not. That's sort of a separate question, if that makes sense. And then Dave or Greg, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Alder, we developed a scope of work on this already, and a lot of it has to do with past practices and how we've been doing things for the last 30 years. And we need to take a complete look at not only job classifications and pay and benefits. We need to look at that as compared to what the market is providing. And I think a large part of this is we get competitive data. And we get caught up and I can speak for the 20 years of experience I've had in the city. We get caught up in comparing ourselves to ourselves, but that's not our competition. Our competition lies outside the walls of the city, Madison Municipal Building and Madison County Building. We need to get that data that supports how we're doing things, how we can be competitive. What do we need to do to shift emphasis on what we presently have versus what's going to be needed in the next 3 to 5 to 10 years with a new workforce. So that wage study really goes a long way towards setting a long-term direction for this HR department as well as the city.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Vitever.
Quick follow-up, just a question about whether, then I assume that is, well, what has been presented is that study would be contracted out. And so the question is the new talent acquisition specialist going to be monitoring that contract, or is that going to be absorbed among regular staffing, or is that going to be another staffing request? Just kind of how is the contract going to get monitored in terms of staffing internally? That's all.
Yeah, we would anticipate that would be monitored by Iman Abdel Halim, who's our HR services manager and oversees our compensation structure. And so she would be the lead on that.
With a significant amount of involvement of the rest of the team, the finance department, and the mayor's office. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Aaron and Greg, for your presentation, and Iman for the additional information you provided so far. I too wanted to ask about the $350,000 compensation study. And I notice our finance director keeps turning his camera on and off when we talk about the study as well. So Dave, if you wish to respond about any of this, please feel free to do so. But the one aspect that I wanted to just mention publicly, which Mayor, you will recall that you and I have had conversations about privately in the past, is frustration over a reclassification system. All the years I've been here, I've had so many employees come to me confidentially frustrated about the reclass process. Don't understand it, think there's favoritism, depends who your division department head is, who your HR analyst is. And it's just been very, I'm sympathetic because obviously the finance committee has always had a role in the reclass process via the resolutions we see. But I just could one or more of you just speak and confirm that the compensation study would absolutely cover the reclassification system process from top to bottom.
Mike, I think all of us want to answer that question. We absolutely agree with you that there's an arbitrary nature to that we need to define a clear pathway and a clear methodology in regards to how that's done. We also need to see what's best practices in this regard, but that process is my opinion is obsolete. It works for what it does, but it doesn't necessarily lend itself to the whole. It lends itself to the individual. And we need to look at it from a system-wide standpoint. So that's my opinion. I think staff might agree with that.
I can chime in as well. Just prior to this meeting, Alder Verveer, you'll be happy to know we are embarking upon an equity analysis of our position study process. We have a very active and robust group of citywide equity team members that are participating in that analysis. The meeting prior to this, we've reviewed all of the data that we've been able to collect around the process since 2009 on. And there are folks in this group that are ready to blow up the whole system and start from scratch. And so we really are looking at how can we bring this into the 21st century.
That's great to hear. Thank you. I'm not surprised by your responses. I'm sure it's much more of a frustration for all of you that live it every day than myself, for example. But thank you. I appreciate that. I'm really looking forward to the study and also the equity analysis that I'm just learning about now. The other area I just wanted to ask about is if one or more of you could share with the committee and all others in the meeting the Bloomberg grant that we've received and how that will help with the strategic direction that you shared with us this evening.
Erin, would you like to take that?
Sure. So I think in part it goes to our ability to sort of measure what we're doing and use that information to help us steer the improvements we need to create a better product in terms of employee experience, in terms of recruitment outcomes, and everything we do in human resources. So our goal right now is to really look at, we're starting out anyway, really looking at all of the data that we're using, best practices in terms of data that we would be continuing to monitor, how we're going to use that to make decisions about the services that we're providing.
And if I may, for those that may not be aware, RFA is Results for America. It's a Bloomberg scholarship. The cost is absorbed by Bloomberg. We get the benefit of the expertise that they provide, best practices, and as well as best policies. We get their expertise in regards to their knowledge as well in building a new program. And we really think that input, which again allows the outside to come in and take a look at what we have, and we get a chance to look outside to see what best qualifies here, goes a long way in building a better HR department for the future.
Thank you all for your responses again. I appreciate it. Look forward to seeing some of these results down the road. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Carter?
Yeah, I'm just curious that not too long ago, I think a few years ago, there was a report done regarding employees of color and their what do I want? Anyway, how they feel about working for the city. I don't have all the details anymore. It was too far back. But my question is, are we looking at that report as we go forward and doing all the things that you just mentioned on your slide to make the work environment more productive, supportive, and the ability to grow within the city?
Yeah, I think you're talking about the MacWick survey.
Oh, thank you, Erin. Your memory is perfect.
And they did a survey a few years ago, and we actually used quite a bit of their data to help inform some of the changes we've made over the course of the last few years. They just completed another survey, and that survey has not yet been released, but we would absolutely be intending on using that data as the source of information for some of the changes that we need to make, and in helping us sort of steer toward those folks who BIPOC employees who are in traditionally marginalized genders and how their experience compares to the experience of, cisgender white employees, and what that means in terms of how we can improve everything we do in human resources to make a better total employee experience.
Thank you, and thank you for correcting me on that survey. Thank you.
Sure. No problem.
Although you'll recall also that we did do the voice of the employee survey related. We continued to do pulse surveys on that and to present those results to management team and have taken up a number of action items from both the MACWIC and the voice of the employee surveys. Alder Evers.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure exactly who this question goes to, but it's also about the compensation study. Last year, this council passed a resolution that trying to get the general municipal employees caught up by the year 2024. I'm curious what this compensation study, if it in any way relates to the commitment that this body made to get, again, this catch up, given that the general municipal employees were 6% behind the protective service employees. We made a commitment by 2024 that we would catch up. Does the compensation study in your mind address any of those concerns?
Alder, I think it's really a separate question. Although I would say that the compensation study, I hope, will look at disparities between compensation groups, and particularly how historic inequity has crept in to those disparities. Just for example, there's a number of compensation groups that are in, quote, traditionally female jobs, which are less well compensated than, quote, traditionally male jobs.
Right.
So I think that is the level on which we'd be looking at disparities in the compensation study. I think the differences between the unions versus the general municipals is something that, frankly, I don't know that it needs a study. Right? We know what the issue is and are collectively taking steps to address it.
Yeah, I suppose this is something that you and I can discuss, but given that we're not going to meet the goal of what we voted on to get there by 2024, I question spending $350,000. We do know that among groups that there's a lack of equity and gender classifications that are impacted by gender. But that's $350,000 is not money that's going to help the general municipal employees fill that gap. And I'm concerned that we're spending money on this where we should be spending money, every dollar we can, to live up to our obligation that we bound ourselves to.
Alder, is there a question in here?
What was that now?
Is there a question in here?
No, there's just a run-on statement. I apologize. You and I can have a conversation offline. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for HR? Seeing none, thank you, Greg, Aaron, Iman, Brad, for being here.
Thank you so much for your time.
And we'll go on to IT.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Sarah Jatin, and hello, all of you. I'm the IT director. I go with my pronouns as she, her, and with me always is Amanda Lift-Johan, our IT Financial and Administration Service Manager. Or if we did not have her, we would not have an IT budget. The City of Madison's Information Technologies 2023 operating budget request supports the city's growing technology needs while enabling current and future strategic technology planning for our city. And as always, we continue to practice an inclusive mindset for supporting our new digital transformation and in-person workforces, and also making sure that we are supporting the growing digital initiatives and programs that we are seeing across the city. So we support all technology needs for the city of Madison. And as a key theme that you saw in our capital, the digital modernization, our requests align for operating, supporting both those capital submissions and our operating submissions. So I want to start out by thanking the mayor for supporting our minor reduction scenarios. I appreciate that. These are scenarios that have no impact on city IT and, more importantly, on city services. For all of these, we used both, we looked at data points, and we also looked at, did it make sense where the funding actually was? So for the IT Computer Training Center, which was it is at Villager Mall, this was a training center that before we were using Zoom, before we were using Skype, was more heavily used, but we were starting to see a decline before COVID, but then certainly during the height of COVID, and then now as we've come out on the other side of having people back together, we are not seeing the same use. As a matter of fact, we were seeing almost maybe 3 to 4 requests in 2021 and then 0 in 2022. So we identified this as a opportunity to eliminate the IT Computer Training Center and instead look at collaborating with HR on figuring out how to use their training spaces that they have in the Madison Municipal Building, and then also expanding our Zoom. And then as we move forward with M365, our team presence in helping with training opportunities. We also took some money that was in our operating for consulting services and hardware replacement and put them where they more appropriately belonged, which was in our capital funding. And then we also eliminated some redundant products. We've been continuously doing that since I took over as the IT director. We rigorously look at what are the products we are using and are they redundant and should we just be using one, and have been eliminating them year after year. Next slide, please, Christine. As part of our employee engagement, and it's a very important piece to IT, and it's part of our cost to continue, is to continue our retention. This is a really big piece for IT. We want to make sure that we are trying to remain somewhat competitive with the private sector. And for us to do that, we do need to look at providing more opportunities for promotions. And so we have cost to continue for career ladder promotions from our ITS 1 or 2 level to an ITS 2 or 3 level. And then we also have, I'm going to be requesting a reclassification study in our digital media specialist series. We want to look at that again and see, I believe, and I have seen in the work that they are doing, that during COVID, they have taken on even more duties, and we need to make sure that we are compensating for that. And then we also have 3 other classification studies that we want to align positions with their current duties and workloads. One has already been reclassed, and that's our applications development manager, who is now the assistant IT director. And we have 2 more studies that we are going to be requesting. And that is it for IT.
Thank you, Director. Are there questions for Sarah? Not seeing any. Thank you so much to both you and Amanda for coming this evening. And we will go on to our transportation section, which will start out with Metro. Welcome, Justin.
All right, good evening. So I'm actually going to let Jennifer Schiller take the lead on the presentation, but before she does that, I just want to emphasize a couple things. This is I understand there's a big ask here, but I want to make sure that you all understand that we are proposing funding sources for all of this, and we're not actually asking for additional local funding to fund it. And this is really intended to set us up for the growth that we expect to see over the next couple of years between our partners, as well as the additional money that's available through the federal bipartisan infrastructure bill. So with that, I'll hand it off to Jennifer.
Thank you all for your time tonight. As Justin said, we're asking for a lot of changes, mostly related to personnel. Sorry, 1 second. For anyone who has a 2-year-old. So Metro's 2023 operating budget includes almost $20 million of federal funds to support their return to pre-pandemic service levels. And this includes implementing the system-wide network redesign, which is slated to be put into place in June of 2023. As part of that and utilizing those federal funds, then we are asking for a reduction in the local general fund subsidy by $7.7 million, which would reduce local subsidy to only about $2 million. As part of this, we are proposing 24 personnel in the 2023 budget, with 21 of those being permanent full-time equivalents and 3 LTE positions. The breakout is there as well, but 5 of those staff are for maintenance and upkeep of the new BRT electric buses, the 60-foot articulated buses that will be getting in service in 2024. And that's to be able to utilize staff for those electric buses that are different than obviously our diesel mechanics, and doing training for those staff and being able to transition our fleet to an all-electric fleet over the next couple of years. There's 2 full-time positions in there to help manage current and future projects, especially with the addition of federal funding that is available right now, so that we're able to both maintain being able to complete the projects that we have currently, as well as being able to plan for future projects to expand service. 3 positions in that area are for LTEs, which are to help for outreach and also increased capacity in our call center, so that we have more staff to be able to answer questions from the public, both for network redesign and then also for BRT and our fare collection that we're going to be changing as well, so that we have additional support in order to answer questions from the public. 10 positions are being requested due to service requests from partners and planned expansions that we have, either through the network redesign or through those additional requests. 9 of those would be for additional bus operators, and then 1 would be an additional operations supervisor, just to support driver operations as we're adding more staff. Administratively, 4 staff are needed to help just with our general growth and day-to-day tasks overall related to the increase in staff and service. So those positions in the long term, we're expecting a reduction in future overtime costs, where staff are currently being paid 1.5 times. And so that'll help in the current staff not being burnt out. These positions, 2 of them are data analysts to help utilize data and be able to, make more efficiencies going forward, as well as another administrative support person for our maintenance staff that currently doesn't have any support, and then also a training coordinator for Metro overall, with all the things we're putting in place, new staff coming in, and the training needs that we have in order to learn all of the new systems and adjust to all of the new projects that we have. Okay. So obviously the addition of those staff is the largest part of change for our operating costs. We do have a couple other areas. One of the increases we have going up by $100,000 potentially is our contracted paratransit service. We're expecting an increase in payments to our contracted vendors due to costs of inflation and fuel and their hiring difficulties that they're experiencing. And then also we're expecting additional ridership in those areas due to the expected expansion of service hours into additional areas. Fuel costs, thankfully, we were able in the pandemic to contract in our fuel for 2021 and 2022. We are currently paying a fantastic rate of $1.84 per gallon of fuel. Spot rate right now is over $3. And so we've been watching that all year, haven't gotten to a point where we've seen a favorable enough decline to contract our gallons for next year. We're still watching that on a weekly basis so that we can lock in if we do see favorable pricing. But at this point, if we were to lock in or have our budget sit at spot rate, we'd be looking at a $1.7 million increase over what we paid this year for fuel. We also have a small increase in lease costs that as we're expanding staff, Metro was looking at adding some additional lease space in our administrative office on East Washington on the first floor to help add additional office space for some of the new staffing that we're adding. And so we're already in talks with that. And I believe that lease was actually signed here recently, but it's actually not even going to be as much as $45,000 for the year. Town of Madison is an existing partner of Metro. They pay typically around $150,000 per year for the service. So that will end up being lost revenue in the future for them not paying us separately and having that invoicing, but really, they're already included in our service area and everything like that. So there won't be any other major changes with the annexation of the town.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there questions for Metro? Alder Paulson?
Yeah, I just wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the new positions for the electric buses. Is that a skill that we can train some of our existing folks on, or are they going to have to be someone completely new? And what's the labor market for that like right now? Where are we going to find these people?
Yeah, I can take that, Jennifer. Really, these will be, electrician type positions, and they will be very difficult to find. The labor market is not favorable for that right now. There's way more jobs than people available. And so it will be a new position, but we do expect to have to train people into it. And that could include existing employees or outside hires. Certainly want to give an opportunity for our existing employees to apply for those, but they wouldn't necessarily be guaranteed the slots.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Bidever.
Just a question about the fuel costs. I thought that we were trying to move to as much electric as possible. So just kind of wondering why we're not showing I understand increase in fuel costs, but not reduction in fuel use.
Yep. So obviously our fuel usage has been down the last couple of years because we've been working at about 85% of pre-pandemic levels. And so going back to, previous service levels in 2019 is going to bump up to some degree how many miles we're on the road, especially mid 2023. The 46 electric buses that we're getting aren't going to be fully in service until 2024. And so we would expect to see in next year's budget, obviously a reduction back down in fuel usage for the fact that for half of the year, we'll have a fleet of, 30 to 50% of our fleet being electric instead. But for next year, those buses are just going to start coming in the fall and winter just for training. And so they're not necessarily going to be on the road for us to be able to utilize the savings for next year.
Other questions for Metro? Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Jennifer and Justin, for the presentation. You actually answered several of the questions I had, Jennifer, in your presentation with the additional commentary you had to go along with the slides. I wanted to ask and give you the opportunity to give us an update on the progress we've made utilizing the small electric fleet that we currently have. Justin, could you give us an update on how things are going with the manufacturer and so forth?
Sure. So we've been rolling them out kind of in a soft launch phase for the past 2 months or so. We've had some different challenges we've had to work through. But actually today, for the first time, all 3 of them were in service today and kind of all gotten through their challenges. And so we are making plans to make it official and put them into official service rather than just kind of a soft launch. So be on the lookout for that announcement relatively soon.
Well, that's excellent news. Obviously a long time coming. So there will be some public fanfare. You're doing or planning a release or press hit of some sort.
Yep. I don't know exactly what that looks like yet, but we're working on it.
Very good. I'm sure the mayor has some ideas.
We'll be sure to invite you, Walter.
Thank you. The other question I just wanted to ask about is, and obviously we've seen resolutions coming before this committee with Mullins to expand lease opportunities across, I guess that's Ingersoll Street from your office. Does Mullins, just out of curiosity, is there unlimited space there, or are we soon with the kind of breathtaking amount of FTEs that you've been able to add and or propose to add in the future? Are you able to secure enough space, lease space there that you need?
So there is not an infinite amount of space. They've got basically 2 office suites that are open and that we'd be leasing. I feel confident that will provide us enough space to handle this, the positions included in this budget. But it likely wouldn't allow us to expand further beyond that. And so I think we'll continue to be monitoring. The other piece is that our Hanson Road facility up at the airport will be under construction next year. And that will have additional office space as well. And so once that's done, we'll hopefully be able to accommodate future growth out there for additional staff, or moving some people that are, in the East Washington facility out there to clear some space and shuffle people around a little bit.
Thanks for that. So is there an opportunity, Justin, that we actually want or at least office space footprint on East Wash might actually be able to diminish because of the new facility, the FedEx facility on Hanson?
I don't see that happening, to be honest. I think some of the activities that will be out there will be more operations and maintenance focused, and so it'll allow us to just alleviate some of that pressure and accommodate future growth. But I don't think we would want to move the core function that is at our 1245 East Washington facility in terms of finance, HR, planning, capital projects, all of that group will likely want to stay co-located there.
I understand. Thank you, both of you, again, for your responses. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Justin and Jennifer. Last year we had like a little bit of a hump trying to get over the both drivers hired. There was a lot of discussion about processes and about the length that took, and you guys had quite a campaign trying to find drivers from all over the country. How is that looking this year? Do we have all the bus drivers that we need, or how is that going?
It is going very well, all things considered. We've made tremendous progress this year. I think we've netted about 30 more people brought in than have left. And so we're in a much better position. Actually, I think our vacancies are down to 5. It was over 40 when I got here. And we have a class coming up relatively soon that will hopefully get us to full. But that doesn't mean that the job is done, because we have attrition, we have people constantly churning, and the training takes 3 months. And so we're trying to get to the point where we're hiring the people and getting them in training so that when they graduate training, they take places of people that as they leave, rather than having this 3-month window where they're not able to drive the bus. So there's still a lot of work to do, but we've made tremendous progress.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Metro? If not, thank you, Jennifer and Justin. And we will go on to the parking utility.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Wills, and I'm the interim parking manager and parking operations supervisor for the city. Major initiatives for 2023, we continue the transition of the parking enforcement officers to the parking division. This certainly has presented a number of challenges and obstacles that we're gradually working through. We're moving forward with the State Street campus garage replacement and redevelopment. Another initiative is implementation of the transportation demand management ordinance. And then lastly, right-sized staffing service and rates to acknowledge post-pandemic parking demand. As we gradually realize our new normal in terms of garage and parking lot occupancy, we're testing different staffing levels and attempting to utilize our staff in ways that contrast greatly from pre-pandemic practices. One example of which would be the customer service ambassador position. That position allows us to utilize the previous cashier positions, train them up in different ways so that they're able to respond to on-point equipment malfunctions and assist customers right at the equipment, just as an example. Major changes, we requested 3 new parking enforcement personnel. This consists of 2 parking enforcement officers and 1 parking enforcement lead worker. This will enable us to expand our services during the nighttime hours that are currently not staffed. We're reducing hourly personnel, cashiers, parking enforcement personnel, excuse me, for alternate side parking during the winter, and the number of parking maintenance personnel as well. We're taking that from 4 to 2. And I would add that we were unable to successfully recruit any seasonal laborers in the parking maintenance section in 2022. The 2023 budget includes a new enforcement officer for the transportation demand management program. And lastly, our towing costs have increased from roughly $350,000 a year to between $650,000 to $700,000 for 2023. Next slide, please. So I don't have any data beyond June of 2022, and I apologize for that. We're roughly at 75% of our pre-pandemic revenue, and we're projecting revenues for 2023 to be at 85% of the pre-pandemic levels. Next slide, please. So the only change that I have not covered is the 2023 budget anticipates a $2.56 million deficit that will be funded through parking fund balances. And that is my presentation, and I'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you, David. Are there questions for parking? Alder Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. David, can you tell me, I know at one point the vehicles that the PEOs were using, your staff was searching for locations for all those vehicles and et cetera. Has that been resolved?
For the most part, it has. We're relocating vehicles to the Wilson garage, with the exception of the vehicle that has all of the, it looks like radar equipment on it. I don't know the technical term that they call that vehicle. But with the exception of that vehicle, we're making room at the Wilson garage. And we have plans in the next month to fence in an area for the last vehicle that's currently at the Fairchild garage.
And then wasn't, and correct me if I'm wrong on that, was the uniforms also an expense for parking utility or not?
Yes. We've got both the
And-
parking. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
We've got both the expense of the parking division, the cashiers, maintenance personnel, as well as the parking enforcement officers. I know that Stephanie was working with a firm, I believe it's called Gall, to secure uniforms for the parking enforcement personnel.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just glad that some of that has been resolved and that you are continuing to work on that. Thank you.
Steph's been doing a great job.
Thank you, Alder Revere.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, David, for your presentation, and hello.
Hello.
I wanted to start by asking you, what are your current projections in terms of how much of our reserves or fund balance do you anticipate needing to use in this year's?
In this year's?
Yeah, this year.
I believe we're looking, it was less than anticipated. I think it's about 2.5 million.
I asked Tom would like to answer, I see too.
Yeah, we just got an update today, David, from Neil. Right now, our if we exclude our capital costs, our revenues are just slightly above our expenditures. So that's good, right? It may not include all of our capital expenditures. And we have a fair amount of salary savings in there, so.
Yeah, I can guarantee that it doesn't include all of our capital expenditures yet this year.
Because I know in the current year, the current year budgeted or assumed $6.2 million of fund balance would be needed in this pandemic era. And then the executive operating budget anticipates utilizing 2.6 million of reserves. But then I remember when the finance department submitted to this committee this summer, the mid-year estimate, they thought it would be $1.1 million. They estimated of fund balance would be utilized mid-year. So if you include capital, what do you think it is closer to 1.1 million that finance estimated mid-year? Or
maybe I'll give a little bit of background. So, you know, I'm going to say that the 22, what is it? Yeah, the 22 operating budget, if you think about it, was submitted in July of 21. Okay, so you think about where we all were in July of 21 and how many people were coming downtown, you know, using our garages and the like. And so Sabrina, you know, along with Ryan and finance, made some pretty conservative estimates on our revenue projections. And our revenue projections are better than what was estimated then. I do think that probably this year, when we look at our trends, will probably be I'm going to say about maybe 1 million, you know, perhaps 1 million, pulling from the between 1 and 2 million, pulling from the parking reserve. Some of that has to do with making sure that our, our monthly reports, are they capturing all of our capital expenses as well as some of the sales tax that we have to make sure is being paid as well. But if we speak in rough numbers, our revenues are doing better, particularly our revenues in non-parking, like for instance, our permit revenues, which are kind of a, we're doing better in those and some of those other areas.
That's great to hear. Yeah, I was actually impressed by the optimism when the executive operating budget was released last week, because I anticipated that it would be worse than your anticipation of 85% of pre-pandemic levels for charge revenue. The point that you make that the budget was submitted several months ago, Tom, are you thinking, and David for that, are you thinking that 85% is where we'll likely be at in terms of percentage of charge revenue in the new year? Obviously, none of us knows if the pandemic will make things worse in the new year, but
yeah,
as of today, is it 85%?
I'll give my impression, David. Maybe you might have a different one. Our occupancy is still down. If you go downtown, there's just not as many people downtown. Our concert on the square, our Wilson Street garage was at 40% occupancy during a concert on the square, which that used to fill up all the time. So I don't I don't know what the new normal is. I feel like an 85% is realistic, and hopefully we can exceed that. But I think when David and I got the report just today of our revenues versus expenditures through August, I was I don't want to say surprised, but I was satisfied to see that our revenues were about $400,000 to date, about $400,000 to $600,000 more than our expenditures, which was good. We have to roll back and say, does that number include our sales tax that has to be backed out? And then does it include our capital expenditures, which a lot of those come in maybe later in the year? So,
yeah, we've got a great deal of salary savings this year as well. Interestingly enough, I had a meeting this morning with State of Wisconsin Department of Administration personnel, and they're interested in entering into a partnership with the city to utilize some of the stalls at the Wilson garage. Now, this is the first I have heard of this, and the first that it's been brought up. And I basically told them that I could not commit to anything as the interim parking manager, and we were hopefully on the cusp of hiring a new parking manager, and I would certainly make that person aware that that's an option or something that they want to look into. So that would certainly help us with the occupancy at the Wilson garage, which has been a little bit lower than we had hoped and anticipated.
Well, thank you for sharing that, and I'll just say, Tom, that I am pleasantly surprised with the latest financials that you just shared with us, because anecdotally, it seems to me that certainly downtown hasn't fully recovered with so many people working remotely still. So I am really happy to hear all that. And David, in terms of your conversation with DOA today, I can also add, and I don't know if Tom or you have received contact, but there have been a couple of developers along the Wilson Street corridor that have asked me about the availability of leasing stalls at Wilson Street garage as well in the last couple of months. Obviously, it hasn't gotten to the point where that's been negotiated yet, or to TC or the council. But anyway, I think that there might be more of that interest beyond the state as well. And I don't know if we can realistically accommodate all that. But let me move on, because I know I'm taking up a lot of time here. Just if you could confirm, David or Tom, the 11 hourly parking enforcement officers that are assumed in the executive operating budget to be zeroed out. Am I correct that those 11 hourly PEOs were used for snow emergency zone alternate site parking enforcement in the winter months in the middle of the night? And am I correct that we haven't hired for any of those positions since before the pandemic?
That's correct.
Yeah, so we received at least one email to all alders with budget commentary that said they saw this in the newspaper account and said, why in the world would you delete PEOs when they actually make money for the city? But I didn't realize that Steph Neeson isn't here, but are you, either of you gentlemen, aware of what the plans might be to enforce our winter parking regulations? Obviously, we haven't had the hourlies for the last few winters. Do you know, are there plans to, in terms of scheduling, that either of you can share that where there would be enforcement that's guaranteed?
To back up just a little bit, Alder Revere, it's my understanding that even pre-pandemic, they had a great deal of difficulty recruiting for those hourly positions.
Yes, Steph shared that with me.
Yeah, certainly during the pandemic, it basically flatlined. I think one of the reasons that Steph requested these positions, during the nighttime, is that we acknowledge there is a need for some nighttime PEO staff, and this is an attempt to kind of fill two voids. People are hesitant to take on hourly positions, especially in the dead of winter and the middle of the night. And hopefully we can recoup some of that money that we would normally get by hiring the nighttime personnel that are proposed in the executive budget.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I guess I'm thinking that those couple of positions aren't enough to enforce one night of a snow emergency being, declaration being made in the snow emergency zone area. But anyway, I appreciate that, David, and look forward to, continuing that conversation down the road. The last area I just wanted to mention, which I mentioned yesterday when we were discussing general fund revenue, is of course our unfortunate significant towing contract costs. Obviously, David and Tom, you reflect that in this budget on the expenditure side, but we don't reflect that in the revenue side because there's no anticipation that towing fees will be increased. Do either of you want to just share what the general plan is to look at that in a thoughtful way to try to recover our costs sooner rather than later? And I realize that vacancies are our position in terms of not having a permanent parking manager, et cetera.
Yeah.
And other issues that I know, Tom, you're juggling.
Yeah, so there's a variety of ordinances. For instance, there's an ordinance that probably will be introduced relatively soon, transferring a lot of the language with the PEOs that is now tied to the MPD over to transportation or just to the city in general. And so that is farther along. I think there was a need, as you showed by the email that you sent, a recognition of this need early in the year. And in my mind, I think we could take it on probably early next year, January, February. I know that there'd probably be a desire to do it sooner, but there are a lot of things in the works in November and December with some initiatives that are being implemented, the bus rapid transit being started and all that. So a realistic time for us to go through a RESG analysis and then rewrite the ordinance would probably be in January and February of next year.
Well, thank you. And obviously, you and I will continue to talk offline about this as well. And David. So thank you both. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you, Alder Vivier. Alder Vitiver?
Can you tell me when the last time that the residential parking permit fee was raised?
Boy, it's been a number of years. I can't honestly tell you when the last time.
I think it was maybe 3 years ago, maybe. It's been since I've been here.
Has it?
If I could interject, it was right before the pandemic.
Yeah.
And we chose not to raise it during the pandemic. There was a failed operating budget amendment to raise it.
Yeah.
The outset of the pandemic, and we decided the timing was not good for that. Sorry for the interjection here.
No, that's fine.
We rely on your institutional knowledge, Alder Vivier.
Invaluable.
Alder Paulson.
I actually have a very related question. How many permits do we sell through RB3?
There were in excess of 250 to the best of my knowledge. I can get you an exact figure.
Yeah, I think it's in the thousands, several thousands. And our right now the program costs us roughly twice as much as we receive in revenue from it. And so we'd like to even that up, over time. So
Okay. Yeah, that was my first question. I was going to actually suggest all the downtown alders to cover their ears, but if Alder Vitiver is going to ask about it, I don't feel bad about it. My second question was actually just very briefly, what do the seasonal hourlies in the maintenance department do? That we didn't apparently recruit for any of them, but so what job function isn't going to get done this year?
Actually, we did attempt to recruit for them. We held 3 different courses of interviews, and given the nature of how difficult hiring is, I made some conditional offers right at the end of a couple of the interviews that we had, and even those did not pan out. Those people take care of replacing stall lines on the street, whether they're painted or scarified into the pavement. They take care of any fence painting that we have in the parking lots that we own and maintain. In many of our garages, we have a lot of yellow curbing that is painted. They take care of that as well. They assist in the annual wash down of all of the garages, things of that nature, just general maintenance, mowing,
Okay.
things of that nature.
Okay, thanks. And I didn't mean to imply that you weren't recruiting for them. That was something that we weren't able to get anyone for. So
Yeah, I thought maybe you misunderstood me.
no, I got that. So, but no, I appreciate just the challenges across the city for everyone to hire this year.
Yeah,
So,
good question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for parking? All right, seeing none. Thank you, David.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone.
And we'll go on to traffic engineering.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. You all know me, and I'm also joined by our transportation analyst, Keith Pollack, as well for this presentation. I will divide the presentation to 3 parts. So first, I want to give you some highlights and major changes for our 2023 operating budget. So we'll still continue to provide 7 major services for our residents and visitors. So that ranges from traffic signing to paper markings, to street lighting, to traffic signals, and to pedestrian bicycle services, including the beloved crossing guard program by our residents. And also, we providing specialized traffic engineering services for our neighborhoods, working on traffic calming, things like that. Also working with developers on that development project, and also providing internal support for data mapping and those things. And we also, as you know, provide radio communication services for our public safety and public works and transportation agencies and many other outside users as well. I'm happy to report that just comparing just to a few years ago, we have been much more proactively addressing the needs of a growing community, and in the meantime promoting greater public safety, such as through our Vision Zero effort, but with a stronger focus on equity, engagement, and sustainability. If you look at the projects we delivered in the last few years, you actually see a lot more projects popping up in the traditionally underserved areas. And you may see our staff a lot more at neighborhood events. For example, thanks to the Parks Alive events this year, we were at many of those, reaching out to our residents and engaging them. And we're also promoting alternative modes of transportation, walking, biking, transit, and helping to make those happen, and also reducing our energy use for better sustainability. I'm also happy to report that we're going to see $30,000 salary savings to reflect additional staff time charged to capital projects as we take on more capital projects. On the negative side, though, we, as you know, that we're being under a lot of pressure from the current inflation, labor shortage, and also has been dealing with supply chain issues. So those definitely has been very challenging for us to provide service to different projects. So I think that's a challenge we're going to continue to deal with in 2023. We are also seeing some really major impact in a negative way from the recent MEG and E electricity rate hikes. Actually, we project to see $172,000 increase in electricity expenses. So you may know that MEG recently increased the distribution charge for 16.8%. So that's basically for every piece of device out in the field. Even if you don't use electricity, you got to pay upfront all those costs, and that cost is increasing. And for traffic engineering, we maintain hundreds of thousands of pieces of equipment in the field that all needs electricity service. So that has a big impact on us. For electricity itself, the rate was up 6.66%. And why learn about the rate hikes? I didn't feel very good about it, and we actually sent a letter to the Public Service Commission, trying to ask MEG to be conscious about the challenges that Madison and our surrounding municipality has been facing. Asking them to keep costs down. But we do understand they are impacted by inflation, labor shortage, and supply chain issues as well. So their cost is increasing rapidly. And also, later I learned that this happens all over the country, and in some areas, people actually see electricity cost increased by 170%. For example, in some areas in Ohio, and somewhere in the West Coast, 70%. So I guess comparing to that, this might be the new normal. Our IOE streetlight conversion project has been happening, so that's very timely. But we do have some delay because labor shortage issues, and we do use less energy for streetlights. But that's not enough to offset the cost increase. Next, please. So we're going to have a couple of position changes in 2023. So the first one is we are creating a utility locator position by eliminating a vacant communication technician 1 position. So for the last few years, we have seen significant demand for locating services, from the one call system. So basically, every time, a company or private party, dig in the right of way or on private property, they have to place tickets for one call so that people who own facilities on the ground can go out there, mark them, so they're not being damaged. Because of the growth of the city, and also I think because of the public and the companies, has a better compliance with one call system, we saw a huge increase in the number of tickets that we have to handle. So, the data on the right-hand side shows that situation. So from 2012 to 2021, the number of locator tickets we have to fulfill increased by 44%. So that's quite dramatic. And for example, last year in 2021, we have to handle about 41,000 tickets. So that's a lot of step time involved. So you have to review each ticket and respond to those that we need to respond. A lot of time we have to send out of staff going out there to physically paint the area and put on flags, so people knows that not to dig those areas, not damage our facilities. And for maximum efficiency, so we can actually get this done, we use a strategy that basically we use one of our electricians in the field operations, so he take care of this full time. So that's all he do. Sometimes with help from other team members when too many tickets coming at the same time. We did get all the tickets covered. However, this is having big toll on our staff, especially for staff member who are chosen to do this line of work. It's a lot of work, and it's not good for his professional development. Doing this every day, all day. So this position will help us to get a person in that's specifically for doing locator job. So there are similar positions in private sector, and we're really trying to set up a same position here in the city, and let the person be specialized in the area, so we don't have to tap the time of an electrician. And so this, because of the vehicle and equipment cost, so the first year of the position will need additional about $30,000 to pay for those. But in the future years, we're actually going to see a cost saving of about $4,700 because this is a lower level position compared to the position that we propose to eliminate. So a second new position, and we really hope we can get, is a Vision Zero Safe Streets for All project manager position. So thank you, Mayor, for putting this in the executive budget. And so this will be funded by the Safe Streets and Roads for All federal grant application that we just submitted. And as you all know, that we have been struggling with delivering all of our projects. And everyone has been working long hours under a lot of stress. And so to deliver $20 million more projects in the next 5 years, we need another staff member to handle that. So this will be contingent upon us receiving the federal grant funding. And you all probably have already seen the data on the left lower hand side. Showing some progress we made with Vision Zero. So our Vision Zero program is doing really well. It looks like we're doing something right. As the at the national level, the fatalities keep going up. Actually, it's at a 20-year high now this year for general type fatalities. And for pedestrian fatalities, actually it's at a 40-year high. But here in Madison, because all our good work together on Vision Zero, we are bucking the national trend. So we're actually seeing our fatalities and serious injuries are getting down. So comparing the first half of the year with last year, we saw fatalities and serious injuries went down by 29%. So that's quite significant, comparing to the rest of the country. So we really want to get more resource and get a federal grant and capitalize on our success on Vision Zero, and hopefully leverage federal funds to continue to improve traffic safety in our community. Next, please. So finally, I want to talk about some of the impacts of the reallocation we're proposing and also supplemental requests. So obviously, reallocate the Tech 1 position to a new locator position will help us to keep up with the soaring demand for locating services in the rapidly growing city. So hopefully we don't have to choose either, which one to respond to first and which one to drag our feet on. Also, the Town of Madison attachment will bring additional challenges to traffic engineering's already quite a challenging operation. So again, I will give you some data, just two sets of data from the graphs on the bottom. On the left-hand side, it shows the value of projects we delivered through our capital improvement program. So that's in $1 billion. And from 2019 to 2022, that increased dramatically. Actually, it quadrupled. So our staff has been definitely putting out a lot more projects than we have been doing, in the past. And on the right-hand side, that's just one example. So that's one of the example services we provide. And many of you know that street occupancy permits we have to handle, we have to review, and we have to follow up. And so that means that every time people close lanes or streets in the city, we have to get involved. Because of growth of the city, because lots of construction activities, and from 2012 to 2021, we have seen 150% increase in the number of permits we have to handle. So right now, like last year, we handled over 1,100 permits, and we know that's going to be a much bigger number for next year. Here, because I want to thank the mayor's help on this. Recently, we finished a successful negotiation with MG&E, and starting from next year, they will come back to the system. They start to apply for permits as they do their projects. So, which means that they are a really big player in this. So, which means we're going to see more permits come in. So that's just one example on the growth we have been experiencing. And so we have been. So one of the supplemental requests we included in our original request was for another assistant city traffic engineer position. It has a pretty hefty price tag. It costs us about $125,000, and that was just not able to be fit into the executive budget. However, recently, just a couple of weeks ago, we learned that we're going to have a couple more openings. One actually coming by end of the week. Another one will be early next year. And there was another one, an employee got a promotion, got a transit maintenance manager job at Metro. So we're really happy for his growth. But which means that we have these few openings at the management level. So we are, I really love what the mayor told me, that when life gives you lemons, you got to make lemonade from it. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to see how we can fill those 3 vacancies differently, so we can help to alleviate the burden if we want to squeeze in a new position. So working on the details on that, and it looks like we're going to reduce the price tag of that position from $125,000 to about $40,000 a year in the future. And in 2023, it will likely not cost any additional funds because we're probably only going to fill the position for 6 months or 7 months. So those might be coming. So those budget amendments will be coming to you, and we're working with the finance staff on the details, and I will reach out to you for sponsorship. But really hope that we can have the position to help us to ensure we expand equitable service to our new residents, and to continue pursuing federal state grants to improve employee development and retention, and also to provide equitable growth opportunity for a large number of non-engineer staff members that we have. Many of them doing really good work. And so for this position, if we got it, we're not going to require professional engineer license. So hopefully some of those folks will be able to see their potential to be at the very top of their career ladder. So that's all I have. So thank you very much. And I'm happy to answer any questions along with my colleague Keith.
Thank you, Yang. Are there questions for traffic engineering? Alder Vitever?
Excuse me. Obviously, we've had a really challenging time both recruiting and retaining crossing guards. So I'm just wondering if we have considered any creative solutions to that. So thinking about the last conversation that we just had, hiring people that could both be parking enforcement and crossing guards, for example, sharing positions across agents or departments. Is that something that we're looking at to try to alleviate the challenges we're having?
Thank you, Alder Vitever. That's a wonderful question. Yeah. We have been trying different things internally, and also actually tomorrow we're going to have a meeting with our HR director and a few other department heads. We're going to actually maybe do some collaboration on that. But first, internally, we really have been reaching out to folks. Especially, actually, we have been particularly struggling with the west side. It's kind of interesting to see the different demographics on the west side and the east side. And so on west side, there are a lot of whole people just interested in the job, right? It's just hourly position, and it requires to be there every day, no matter what the weather is. So it's kind of a crappy job. So we have been increasing our reach on that, doing more ads at different places, and also really trying to promote, some of the, intangible benefits that people haven't seen. For example, sharing testimonies from some of the crossing guards. And so I've been meeting with some crossing guards, and I was really touched by some of their stories. And what I touched by what they see. For example, one crossing guard has been has been providing long-time service at the corner of Monroe Street and Grant Street. And I used to live by there. I'd walk by there sometimes when I go to take the bus, come to work many years ago, and he's still working there. And he told me that if anyone has a depression, come to work as crossing guard for a week, and that will cure your depression. As you interaction with the kids, helping them to see their smile. So he told me that's why he's doing this. And another crossing guard told me that he used to be a social worker. Right, a very very needed service for us, but it had a big toll on her. Since she started working as crossing guard, she told her husband that she never knew that a job actually can fill you up. Instead of dry you up. So she said every day interacting with the kids, being thanked by the kids and parents. that makes her feel really fulfilled. And recently, and one of the crossing guards will get a word from the mayor for Team City services, and he told me that he actually worked for a city for 54 years now, and last 14 years as a crossing guard. He told me that he has been so lucky, finding the job. So we're trying to share stories with everyone interested. So hopefully we can get more candidates applying. So that's what we have done internally. But outside, we have been talking with some other agencies, including HR. How can we maybe share some of the positions? So instead of creating operative positions, can we look into share the position, put the resource together, create some permanent positions with little bit benefits. So the benefits of between the cost, but we're going to save quite a bit. The hiring cost. All those processing involved. So we'll actually have a meeting tomorrow morning on that. So thank you for that great question.
Thank you, Alder. You'll also see when we talk about streets and parks, some of that same work already underway. And we certainly want to expand that to other agencies as well. Did you have another question, Alder Vitever? No. All right, Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Yang. Thanks for your presentation. I follow up to the last question. Can you specifically give us an update, as you last did when you were before us for the capital budget presentation, how we're doing with electricians? Because that's obviously been a concern and issue that's affected probably projects citywide.
Yeah. Yes. So we did talk about that, at our capital budget presentation. At that time, I was quite optimistic, right? We have been making great progress, promoting people to fill higher level vacancies, and also getting new employees to fill subsequent vacancies. We have also been changing the qualifications for entry level positions, so we can have a broader pool of applicants. And we've been reaching out to different trade organizations and also technical schools such as METC, I should say Madison College, and also have been working with the city's green power program. Really trying to get more people interested in those positions. So we did make quite some progress, but I feel like we have been taking 2 steps forward and taking 1 step back. So just recently, we lost a couple employees from that group as well. I think one, I think it's probably a positive change. Another one will be, another one is a very experienced employee, and he got a job offer from one of our contractors that he cannot refuse, and it's a number that we by no means can match. So that's definitely has a additional impact on us. Again, we are working on how to improve the employee retention and the recruitment. We know that they will not be able to compete with the private sector salary, right? For example, one of our employees right now is doing the same work for people we used to serve, but when he worked for us, we charge people far less than $100 an hour. Now he's charging $200 an hour hourly rate, and he's still staying quite busy. So we'll not be able to compete that. But we're really looking to other benefits that we can provide, and trying to remove barriers. So we've been actually here. I want to thank HR staff for working with us on that. For improving the working condition and asking what they value working for a city, what they want to see improvements, and so hopefully we'll be able to retain all the rest of employees, and also recruiting new employee to join us. But I know that it's not going to be a smooth road. We're probably capable of seeing up and downs. Especially asking for our electricians, this group is kind of special because we need them to have electrical knowledge, but we also need them to do heavy physical labor. So they're not like traditional electricians, using their knowledge to work inside. They will be work outside every day, and even in freezing temperature. That's a norm for them to go out to make repairs when it's 20 below. And they have to do heavy labor. They have to dig trenches. They have to get dirty, and they have to, put up, really heavy steel posts, arms. So, at a time like this, when there are plenty of other jobs available, sometimes it's challenging to ask people to take on this line of work. But again, as I said, that we've been to not work on that, and we'll keep working on it.
Thank you for the update, Yang. I know that, again, a lot of agencies are dependent on your electricians and so forth. So it obviously is a big deal and a challenge that I know you've been doing everything you can to try to meet the problem head on. I do have one last question, but it's not for you, Yang. Actually, it's related to the issue you brought up about the MG&E rate increase, but it's actually for finance staff. So I don't know if Dave or Christine wants to answer this, but I did notice as I was reviewing the executive operating budget that in the purchase service detail for every agency, pretty much, that it was clear that the MG&E November 2021 rate increase has affected everybody in terms of the electricity 2022 projected costs being over budget from the adopted budget. So my question, Dave, is does central budget address this citywide, or do you and your analysts really depend on the individual agencies and work with each of them separately with the numbers that they submit in the summer with their actual agency operating budget request, or is this something that, again, you look at more centrally?
Thanks for the question, Alder Revere. We did handle that through the cost continue adjustments. So we did increase some gas and electric budgets in the 2023 cost to continue. So it is in the agency budgets built into the cost to continue through that process. And that was based on numbers we got from engineering.
Thank you. So that covers all utilities, is what you're saying, as cost to continue?
That's correct.
Very good. Thank you. Thanks again, Yang. Thank you, Dave. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any other questions for traffic engineering? Alder Paulson?
Yeah, the budget amendment that's coming is kind of throwing my question off a little bit. And so I will maybe wait a little bit to see some of the details. But where I was going to go with a question tonight was just sort of around a lot of the emails I send to you are you and Tom Moore, who I fear probably cries every time his email dings and it's an email from me. There's sort of these complicated, open-ended questions about that are going to need to go out and get a bunch of data. And I just know that every time I send one of these things, it just buries you all in work. And I'm just very interested in ways we can sort of help make that easier on TE staff, and just somehow more manageable as a workload, or something we can put into some kind of system where things get queued up and managed and tackled on, instead of Monday morning all of us just have buried you in all sorts of new work over the weekend. And so my original question was just going to be, hey, would an additional position help here? But if we're looking at multiple things, I guess I don't really have a question that I expect an answer for tonight, but continuing to think about that as part of this budget amendment to help with that, and whatever you can push back and ask us to change how we do some of our work, or to help there as well, I think should be part of that conversation. But if the other 19 of my colleagues send you email like I do, I mean, it's got to be a nightmare to get all these things, and they're legitimate things, right? I mean, we have 800 miles of streets, a lot of which were designed for cars first, and as we prioritize all users, we've got to make a lot of changes, and we've got to study a lot of things, and it's just a big task that's going to take us a while. So yeah, that's not quite a question yet, but it's a problem that I think I want to, if there's something we can tackle with an amendment or as part of this budget, I'm still interested in talking about what we can do.
Thank you, Dr. Paulson. I really appreciate that. Yeah. So yeah, definitely we'll keep you informed on the budget amendment, and I definitely think that will help us. Meantime, yeah, we are also trying different ways to handle requests, projects. So we'll be keep you informed and discussing maybe some of the changes coming as well. I think it's a challenging. Also I think as fairly recently, I think we've been working on a few large grant applications. Really don't want to miss the the opportunity provided by the federal, the bipartisan infrastructure law. So that definitely slow down us a little bit. So here, and I want to thank everyone for your understanding as well for the delay for some responses. But I want to assure you that we our job is to serve you and to serve our residents, and we took a lot of pride in that, and we got a lot of satisfaction from solving issues for our residents. So we definitely when you have a request, don't hesitate to send it our way. We'll do our best. I think the situation will improve. So thank you.
Any other questions for traffic engineering? All right, seeing none, thank you, Yang. And we'll go on to transportation.
Good. Mine is relatively straightforward in that we kind of support the three divisions that you just heard. Highlight some major changes. Major services in the department include management of the three divisions: traffic engineering, metro transit, and parking division. Major initiatives that we've been working on include the BRT, which is really a pretty significant, passenger rail, transportation demand management ordinance, transit network redesign, complete green streets, and other ones. We mostly have a cost to continue budget. We did make one change in that transportation demand management was going to be housed within transportation, but we felt like perhaps because it is so tied to parking and parking management supply, that perhaps that program should be administered through the parking division. And so the code enforcement officer that we had proposed is now in the parking division rather than a direct report of transportation. That's a summary. The picture to the right is the bus rapid transit station that will be in front of East High School. It's a nice looking picture, isn't it? Hopefully we'll get to see it in real life in a year or two. Any questions? Or I guess you're supposed to ask
You're allowed to ask that too, Tom.
Sorry.
Are there questions for transportation? Seeing none. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
And we're on to Public Works, starting with engineering. And let me say before Kathy starts in that today, in fact, is the big day for Jim and JoJo. So we are not expecting our new city engineer to join us, but the ever fabulous and reliable Kathy Cryan is here.
Thank you. And I am joined by the ever fabulous and reliable Brian Cooper, who's our Deputy of Facilities, Greg Fries, who's our Deputy for the Sewer and Stormwater Utilities, Chris Pedikowski, who's our Deputy for Public Works and Private Development, and Steve Danner Rivers, our Financial Manager. So I'm going to run through the slides and do the presentation, and then we are all available for questions. So Engineering Division has 4 budgets. So one housekeeping question. Do you want me to do all 4 and then go to questions, or do you want to pause at each one and go to questions?
Let's pause in between so that we don't get too lost.
Okay. So the engineering, this is our general fund budget, highlights and major changes. We transferred $50,000 in funding from our operating budget for PFAS investigation to the engineering capital budget. That $50,000 was put into our operating budget in 2021, I believe, by budget amendment. It wasn't spent. We had a rebudget for it in 2021. We haven't spent it yet, but we may spend some portion of it this year. But going forward, this truly is a capital cost. So we're going to put it in the capital budget where it's a lot easier mechanically to roll over. We've done a little bit of reorganization. We've eliminated our mapping and records as a separate service in our budget. We formed 2 teams with the folks that were in that section. 3 of them are now our land records and mapping group, and they are in Chris Pedikowski's Public Works and Private Development section. The other 3 are our GIS, CAD, and CMMS folks. That's our technology team, and they're on my team. We're continually working towards meeting the city's goal of 100% renewable energy by 2030. A few highlights: Green Power Program has installed over 1 megawatt of PV on city facilities, while really helping us to diversify our workforce. All our new facilities and major remodels are LEED certified. We're researching new construction methods and materials that reduce our carbon footprint. Some examples are our trenchless construction program, where we're lining sewers, less disruptive, less carbon footprint, faster, and less expensive than open trench. Not a solution in all situations, but it's been a great solution for helping us keep the sewer utility where we need to be in replacements. Low carbon concrete, permeable pavement, just a few of those types of things that we're using. We've had a lot of changes to our internal operations to help us reduce our impact on the environment. GPS reduces unnecessary idling and decreases windshield time. We're partnering with Fleet to pilot the use of soy-based oils to replace petroleum products. And we're working on installing anti-idling devices on our vehicles. We're also very aggressively electrifying our own fleet, and through the installation of charging infrastructure, assisting other city departments do the same. We've been spending this year planning and developing the curriculum and gearing up for the first year of in the field work for our MIGHTY program, which is the Madison Infrastructure Training Engineering Program. It's a new program. We've modeled it after Green Power. We'll be providing employment and training in the infrastructure repairs and construction. The intent of this program is to increase the diversity of our field ops crews by exposing individuals to public works careers and providing them a pathway to employment and a good career with the city, not just with the engineering division, but with other public works and transportation agencies that use field labor. We're engaging the community in the project design process through our project information meetings. We continue to increase our visibility in the community and try to make our programs and our projects as accessible and transparent as possible. And we also have a package of position changes that include new positions and reclassification of existing positions that are cost neutral to the general fund. Next slide, Christine, please. So the engineering division really relies on a grow our own strategy. And that's not only to attract diverse candidates for positions in the division, but to develop and retain them. So our operating budget request includes funding for position studies that we submitted to HR in 2022. It also proposes to recreate a number of positions in 2023 and add some new positions. We're able to fund these positions through a combination of mechanisms, reallocations, cost sharings with the utilities, private developer fees for service, and capital projects. So first, I'm going to review the position changes that have a general fund allocation, and then I'll review the ones that are not, that have no general fund allocation, that are funded by the utilities and or landfill. So we're looking at creating 4 new full-time engineer 1 positions to work in public works and private development. We're going to do this by recreating 1.0 FTE principal engineer and converting hourly funds. We're going to add a new facilities maintenance mechanic that we're going to fill as a trainee. We have new interagency charges and capital projects to support that position. And by filling it as a trainee, that's part of our grow our own, particularly in our facilities maintenance group, we've been really able to diversify that group, where we now have women and BIPOC employees in that group, where 5 years ago we didn't. And we cannot recruit for the skilled trades for new folks. So this is a really critical strategy for us. We're looking to recreate some existing positions to a higher level to provide for career advancement. Recreate 1 program assistant as an HR analyst trainee, 1 maintenance mechanic 1 as a maintenance mechanic 2, an IT specialist as a computer mapping GIS coordinator, and we're looking to reclassify our engineering financial manager. Next slide, please. Okay, so the position changes that we're looking for that do not have any general fund component to them are 1, creating a new GIS specialist. We'd be converting hourly funds and cost sharing that position with the utilities. And then creating 2.0 lead worker 1 and 1 operator 2. Those positions are essential for the Mighty training program. For 6 months of the year, they'll work with the trainees. And then for the remainder of the year, they'll supplement our existing crews. We're also looking to recreate existing positions to provide for career advancement in the utilities. That includes upgrading 3 engineer 3s to 4s, recreating an IT specialist 3 as a landscape architect 4, and recreating an operations clerk to either an account technician or accountant trainee. So that's, well, I'm not sure if that's our presentation. Do I have a next slide, Christine? I do. And I'm not going to go on a lot about this one. Charlie's going to cover this in his budget presentation. Engineering reallocated $181,000 for our joint public works staffing pool. Those positions are going to be in the streets division, and the work is going to be performed by streets and parks employees. We really think this initiative will advance racial equity by creating entry-level permanent position opportunities to increase the public works field ops diversity. And it addresses climate change by seeking efficiencies by combining crews into, cutting down the number of vehicles going to one site, efficient routing. So it really decreases, hopefully, the miles driven to perform work. And Charlie, will get into the meat of that. So that's the engineering one.
Thank you, Kathy. All right, so I think it's good that we pause in between because that was a lot. Questions for engineering? Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Kathy, for your presentation. I think I want to start with Greg, though, if Greg Freeze doesn't mind. And that is, Greg, the first thing, there were two things I looked for first in Public Works when the executive operating budget became available last week. And as you perhaps can anticipate, my question of you, one of those was the future of medians. So could you give us an overview as to what this budget does or does not do as it relates to medians, and how the joint public works staffing pool that we'll be hearing from shortly, the details of from the street superintendent, impacts medians next year and their maintenance thereof?
Sure. And I think we actually have a bunch of internal meetings on this coming up, but basically, as probably many of you remember from earlier discussions this past summer or late spring, there's several kind of categories for medians as we have them right now. We have adopt a median, so that those are medians that are being maintained, excuse me, by volunteers. We have grass medians, just standard mowed grass medians. Those are currently being maintained by parks. And then we have planted medians with usually with flowering, perennial plants, right? And that's the case for much of East Washington, for example, and part of Regent Street and John Nolan and so on. And those are maintained currently either by engineering staff or so Kathy's group, or by contract, by a private contractor that we put out. Under the new process that is proposed, and the overview, and I was not directly involved, so I'll give you the really quick view. Right, engineering threw in money into the pot, parks threw in money into the pot, and so did streets. Engineering essentially now gets out of the median maintenance business, with the exception of adopt a median. We keep that, and we coordinate that and we do the inspections of those. The maintenance of everything else goes over to parks with the additional staffing. The engineering other capital budget will still have money in it to change medians, replant them, repair them. We have, over the last 3 or 4 years, we have tried to transition difficult to mow medians that were in turf to medians that only need to be mowed like once a year. And we did a really big project, probably our most aggressive project to date, up on Packers Northport this past summer, and learned a bunch in doing that. That is probably the most significant effort we have made at that. We are no longer planting new medians that we create with just turf, right? New medians that are created are seeded down into this lower maintenance, one of these lower maintenance mixes, and there's a couple of them that we use. But for example, Atwood Avenue is going to be reconstructed, and Pleasant View Road from County Highway M north to Middleton, excuse me, is also being reconstructed in the upcoming year. And those have extensive medians, and those are all being planted in that new mix. That's probably more than you wanted, Alder. But if you have more questions, I'll be happy to answer. Excuse me.
Thank you. I appreciate that overview, and I'm sure we'll get into it more with, or at least I will, with Charlie and Eric as these new responsibilities move forward in the new year. So at first, when you first started articulating the vision, Greg, I actually thought, oh my gosh, Carissa's might be out of a job. But what you're saying, just to confirm, is that your own landscape architect will still be very busy doing the work that she's always done, including adopt the medians. She's the coordinator of that. Is that correct?
She is the coordinator for that, and we have plenty of other work for her to do. So it's not a problem.
I think maybe I'll save my questions for your colleagues about the medians, but in terms of, well, let me just do this. I'm sorry, especially if folks aren't as interested in the topic here, but so the plan for 2023 in terms of those areas that were proposed to be paved this year, that you couldn't find a public works contractor to do the work, which is ultimately why nothing was paved over this year, which I know a lot of residents were thrilled that they didn't see any green space paved over. You are still planning, even with this budget proposal, you are still planning to pave some medians. For example, your recent correspondence to me about a particular location downtown.
Correct. And let's be clear for this. The only median right now that is on the list, because we have not had a bunch of, we've just started to have these internal discussions with, in fact, we haven't even had it. I think our meeting is next week with Eric Knapp and his staff, but we have provided them information on what medians were maintained and how, but we have been working, Alder, with Connie's staff at Monona Terrace, and so that particular median, we do know we want to continue to we want to proceed with concreting that portion of the median immediately outside of the tunnel on either side. That is the only one that we have had any excuse me discussion about in any earnest at all, right? Is that one conversion.
I'm sorry, citywide, or you mean downtown?
Citywide. That's the only.
Okay, so citywide.
That's the only one that is on.
Very good. And obviously that's what your email was about.
Yep.
And I wanted to talk directly to Carissa and Tony, the horticulturalist landscaper at Monona Terrace, about their vision for what that'll look like next year. And I certainly do see that we have reinstituted the $10,000 transfer from Monona Terrace for median work. That was an amendment that we had adopted years and years ago that fell by the wayside, apparently. So I'm appreciative that that's reflected in the executive operating budget. So thank you, Greg. I think that completes my questions for you at this point. So thank you. Kathy, I do have a question for you about the overall engineering budget. Let me just preface what I say, and this is a compliment, not a criticism, that it's always amazed me how the creative work that you and your predecessors are able to do in terms of increasing the FTEs at your division and the related utilities. Rob Phillips would be very proud. I remember complimenting him on his retirement and I don't know if we made the final video cut, but in the videotaping and the retirement resolution for the position increases that he was able to achieve in his team during his tenure. So if I count correctly, you have 11 new FTEs, is that correct, that are proposed here in the engineering division?
I believe it's 9 new FTEs. Okay. Steve Danner Rivers, could you help me?
Yes, 9 is correct. There were 2 that got added during the course of the year that didn't show up in the adopted budget last year. So they're just in here now, but they're not actually increases
Oh,
for
okay, that
23.
explains it. Yeah, I did the arithmetic, as you can guess, Steve, based on the position detail in the executive operating budget. And
Correct.
I saw the difference in so it's a budget presentation issue.
Correct.
Okay, so we gave you 2 during the course of the current year, and you have 9 more with this proposal.
Correct. And 3 of those for the Mighty program were actually approved last year, if I remember correctly, Steve. Is that correct?
Yes, they were approved last year,
But they didn't
not
show up in
added
the-
until
Mhm.
the actual program was taken off next year.
Thank you. And Steve, congratulations on your proposed reclass here personally. With that said, let me then just ask the 2 of you, I didn't quite understand in the presentation, Kathy, what the status of the HR position studies are. So obviously you've submitted them to HR. Has HR already completed their analysis of what you proposed? And
They've completed some, and they have some still on their plate.
do
So
they give
there's
you
some for 22 that are still in process.
yeah, any estimate as to when that'll all be complete and when we'd see those?
No, I'm actually meeting with E-Man tomorrow.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I won't prolong it and let you get to other questions in the utilities. Thank you. Mayor.
Mulder. Are there other questions for engineering overall? All right, seeing none, then Kathy, let's go on to the utilities.
Okay, I promise these are shorter because we covered all the positions in the engineering one. So for landfill, this includes funding for our current level of service. We have no anticipated change to the landfill remediation fee. The landfill program covers monitoring and sampling to make sure that we're keeping landfill gas on site and not allowing it to migrate. And it performs our leachate and water quality sampling. Also is responsible for maintenance and repair to the facilities, the underground facilities, the mechanical facilities. And we have a few major repairs scheduled for 2023, including reconstructing the stack enclosure and re-roofing the Sycamore blower building, re-roofing the Demetron blower building, electrical grade upgrades throughout the 5 sites. And then we're also responsible for the landfill management and regulatory compliance, which we have to put together an annual report and do any plan modifications and do inspections with Wisconsin DNR. We have no proposed position changes, no reallocations or supplemental requests.
Any questions on the landfill front? If not, we'll press on.
Okay, sewer utility. We're anticipating a 5% rate increase, and that's primarily based on the increased debt service, as well as the anticipated increases in treatment charges from the sewage district. For the average residential customer, that'll amount to about $1.70 per month. We'll continue our aggressive preventive maintenance, cleaning, and CCTV inspection programs that really helps us maintain our low number of sewer backups. We'll continue our efforts to identify and eliminate sources of inflow and infiltration so that we're not surcharging the system and that we're not unnecessarily sending clear water to the plant to be treated. And we're going to continue work on a sewer capacity model for the high residential growth areas downtown. That includes the UW campus and the Isthmus areas, east of the Capitol, west of the Ahara River. Again, we covered the position changes that are in part or fully funded by the sewer utility as part of the engineering budget, and we have no reallocations or supplemental requests.
Questions on sewer? If not, I'm guessing stormwater is next.
You got it. So for stormwater utility, we're anticipating an 8% rate increase. That's primarily due to our diminishing interest gains and our increased contribution to reserves so we can support critical capital projects. That translates to about 88 cents per month for the average residential customer. We're working on the watershed studies. A group has made tremendous progress. Studies for more than 70% of the city are underway or completed. The goal is to complete the majority of the modeling for the city within the next 3 to 4 years. That's going to provide us vital information for informing future development and for designing, budgeting, and prioritizing stormwater improvements for the next 10 to 15 years. We're continuing our alternative vegetation maintenance program that promotes the growth of pollinator-friendly habitat, encourages stormwater infiltration, prevents erosion, and controls noxious weeds and invasive species. That work's performed in-house. That team's led by Maddie Dumas, and she has, in addition to permanent staff, she also has a summer ecology restoration internship program and works with Operation Fresh Start's Conservation Corps program. Operations will continue scheduled cleaning of our BMP structures. Those are catch basins with sumps, specialized treatment devices, screens, devices basically that capture sediment before it gets to the lake. Continue our in-house construction of improvements to resolve local drainage solutions. That's also known as our waterways program. Develop a scheduled pond dredging program and continue to be an active member of MAM Swap. Again, position changes were covered in the first presentation, and we have no reallocations or supplemental requests.
Questions on stormwater? All right, is there anything else? Facilities.
It was in engineering.
Okay.
Do you have questions about facilities?
Are there any questions for any more of the engineering crowd? Other than, do we have an update on our new city engineers family?
I haven't seen a text or email. Anybody else?
Well, we
None yet.
None yet. Okay. Everybody's waiting. All right. Well, thank you then to the whole engineering crowd for being here. Kathy, Greg, Steve, Chris, who did I miss? Everyone. Brian, thank you all for being here. And we are off to Fleet Services.
All right, I'm going to kick things off. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. My name is Rachel Darkin. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm the interim Public Works General Supervisor at Fleet. Our operating budget, the big change is that our agency billings have increased by 2.37 million from 2022. And primarily this has been driven by our increased supply and services costs, including fuel, due to inflation, which amounts to about 1.7 million, and increased debt service, which amounts to about a little over $500,000. Because I'm sure the question will come up, we are still on spot pricing for our fuel. We make those decisions along with Metro and Finance about when and whether to lock our contract pricing. And Finance likes to hedge having Metro or Fleet, not both at one time, on one or the other. So that is a big part of what is happening with some of our supply costs. In terms of services, there's no changes to our services in this 2023 budget. We're still working with a fleet of over 1,400 pieces of equipment and vehicles. Of note, in early 2023, possibly by the end of this year, we will have over 100 electric plug-in vehicles, which is a very exciting number. And then continuing on into 2023, we will be keeping our pilot going of the B100 100% biodiesel fuel in 18 vehicles. So both of these programs are going to dramatically help our carbon dioxide reduction efforts. And finally, just of note, this budget does continue our focus on hiring women and BIPOC for both apprentice and permanent positions in a severely underrepresented industry. And particularly of note, we have, this is our 4th year in our apprenticeship program. And currently we have not only high school students, but also technical college and UW-Madison students working with us year round. And that's the first time ever. And 2 of those students are actually people of color. So we're really happy with this program and look forward to continuing it. And that's our brief update. Mahant is here with me and we are open to any questions.
Thank you, Rachel, and love to hear that interim title. So congratulations on that. Are there questions for Fleet? Alder Paulson?
Yeah, a question on the 2022 adopted versus actual vehicle repair and maintenance. The adopted was 575,000, and then the projected is 1.4 million. And I understand from I had a similar question with police on something kind of related yesterday. And sometimes it's 2021 expenses rolling into 2022. But I was just wondering if we could talk a little bit about how that that line item was such a big miss, and if it's just a accounting thing or if there was unanticipated expenses, and that means we need to prepare for something in 2023.
That's a great question. I'll start a little bit and then Mahant, if you can jump in. So a lot of that has to do with the cost of the supplies as well during that repair. And that has been very high this year. And sometimes that also happens if we have unexpected repairs and breakdowns. We try our best to budget for that. I know that in a previous year, that was the big case. So I'm hoping that Mahant has a little bit more information on if that is the case for this year, as I was out for about 3 months earlier this year on parental leave.
Yeah, so my understanding is the inputs we have for our operating budget are our labor, which has stayed steady, and we haven't increased our headcount. In fact, we've had vacancies. And then fuel and parts are the inputs that really hurt us this year, along with the extra downtime of our vehicles, unfortunately, and then waiting for vehicles we've ordered have all cost us a lot, because when you order a new vehicle and it takes 2 years, which is very typical now, we have to keep this old junk running, and that costs money, unfortunately. So it's been a bad year. The only good news I can say is that our auction revenue, we smashed our auction revenue, because used cars are worth more than they ever have been in my entire lifetime. So we had a $1.5 million revenue in our auction in the last year. I'm hoping that continues into 2022. But overall, we're just getting slammed.
Okay. Do we think the trends are going to get a little more favorable for us then in 23?
Yeah, I'm following the commodities trends and the automotive trends carefully, and I think we are in. I'm going to cross my fingers and say we're past the worst of the inflation, at least on parts and supply chain and chips and things like that are important to vehicles and vehicle parts. With fuel, it's anyone's guess. Nobody knows. It's up to this cartel. Their criminal cartel decides. Honestly, all we can do is try to buy more electric, more hybrid, more biodiesel made in Wisconsin. That's our goal. It's the only thing we can do to try to get out of this cartel's handcuffs, honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Other questions for Fleet? Seeing none, thank you, Mahant and Rachel.
Thank you.
And we're on to the water utility.
Good evening, Mayor and all this. For some reason, my camera is not working. I'm not physically covering it. I bought a nice fancy jacket to impress you, but that's of no avail this evening. So I will walk you through our water world. So the executive budget is asking for a budget authority of $48.1 million for the water utility. Essentially, it comprises of three elements: operations and maintenance at $21.7 million, debt service of 18.5, and pilot of 7.9 for a total of 48.1. We also plan to transfer an additional $4.4 million to the construction fund, totaling both of them put together, adding up to $52.5 million for 2023. And the right side of the slide kind of gives you a summary of our financial world. So it's an enterprise fund. So we live and die by opening and ending fund balances. So the first line is our opening fund balances for 3 years, 2021 actual, 2022 estimate, and the 2023 executive request. So as you can see, we had an opening fund balance of 8.8 million in 2021, and we ended with about 8.6. This year, we are estimating, again, beginning with 8.6 and ending at 5.7. I'll explain in a minute the drop. And also, if you begin with 5.7, we are hoping to end with 2.6 in 2023. The major storyline with that part of the slide is our transfers to the construction fund and a bond repayment fund. We've been doing consistently over the last 3 years for a total of 18.7 million from our operational surplus. So that's the best part of it. So it pays down our debt, and also we are cash funding our construction efforts, which is where you want to be. You can't do those two things if you're not in a financially healthy position. So that number is indicative of where we stand. Next slide, please. So some of the major highlights for 2023. So we are all anxiously waiting for a result on our rate case pending before the Public Service Commission. In technical jargon, they just released this afternoon what is called a final decision matrix, which lists out the 22 issues the commissioners would be deciding on within the next 30 days or so. So the staff work, both at the PSC and at the utility, have ended, and now it's for commissioners to decide on all of those 22 elements. So some of the major elements that we are waiting for the verdict are Madison Customer Assistance Program, or I think the mayor coined it, MADCAP. So if the commission is to approve, we will get our first in Wisconsin Customer Assistance Program, but that's a big if. And we have also asked for $5 million of dedicated cash funding for water main replacements. So there is a program at PSC called expense depreciation, which would get us this cash funding of our capital programs. I think the last one that approved was about 800,000. So this is a much larger ask. We are fairly confident that that would be agreed by the PSC. And of course, what all this means to us? We have been reducing our debt component for the last 2 or 3 or 4 years now. So in 2018, our outstanding debt was $283 million. As of yesterday, it was $226 million. That is a reduction of $57 million in our outstanding debt over the last 4 years. That means our ratepayers are not paying interest on that much amount of debt. So 283 obviously was a very high number. We got to get fairly down. So at least we are continuing that path. And also rate increases always translates to a customer impact. So we go before the PSC once every 2.5 years. So if they approve what we have asked, it would result in an annualized rate increase of approximately 7%, which is just below the current rate of inflation at approximately 8% on an annualized basis. And of course, 2023 budget request also includes a new position, an administrative assistant for taking care of our administrative side of the business. As most of you know, we have 6 sections, but none of the sections are administrative. So it's always the general manager who would handle anything that is not a functional area, which is very difficult for a 120 people entity. So this is this position would satisfy utility-wide training, utility-wide employee check-in, and utility-wide data and records management. There is no assigned section or person doing any of these things now. So this would be a great kind of a utility for the water utility. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Krishna. Are there questions for water? Alder Carter?
Yeah, Krishna, I just have a quick question. Do we go to the PSC on an annual basis, or can you explain that to me?
Sure, Alder. So typically we go once every 2.5 years. It's a 2-track process. If it is as involved as our current request, it takes much lengthier process, but the ask is big, and so that's why it's once every 2.5 years. But if we get to a good, reasonable baseline, there is another track for us to ask just a regular kind of cost of increase, EC ask. Let's say if your inflation is 7%, you will get a 7% without difficulty. And the plan is, if they agree to this major ask order, we want to go even probably as quickly as possible for minimal increases so we can keep up with our needs.
Thank you so much for the clarification.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Verveer?
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Krishna. Thanks for the presentation.
Hi, Alder.
I wanted to also ask you, so a follow-up to the PSC rate case. So my question simply is, as of today, what do you think is the earliest that might reflect on municipal services bills? What's the timing that you think is the most optimistic, that once you get the decision from the PSC and then will be reflected on municipal services bills and collections can begin?
We are hoping also to potentially make it effective 1st of January, given the time frame that we are looking at.
So the earliest would be the January 23.
That's the current thinking. But if we get a much earlier decision from the PSC, then the question is, should we wait till January 1st? Because every month we don't implement this, we are losing that much of revenue. And of course, if they do approve the MAT cap, we are not getting it to the people. So that's what we need to balance. So it's either December 1st or January 1st.
Thank you. And we talked about this with the capital budget with the finance director and IT director giving us an update, you might recall, but in terms of the conversion to Tyler utility billing, is that going well from the utilities perspective?
Yes, it's a challenging journey, but it's going well. And we should be able to do the conversion in the next couple of months, as early as December 5th, if everything goes well, if not fairly soon after that. But it's we are right there. Most of the things have fallen in place thanks to Dave and Patty, his staff, and great help from IT. I think it's all coming together, Alder.
That's wonderful to hear. So I was thinking of that when I was asking you the first question about when the earliest it can show up on municipal services bill. Be interesting if the timing is exactly when you're doing the conversion. But anyway, I do have one last question, and that is, I see the excellent revenue projection. for this year for charges for service, where you're projected to be approximately $2 million higher than budget, and obviously that doesn't include any rate increases this year. Can you share with us a little what you attribute that to? Is it mostly Mother Nature and more folks utilizing your water because of weather patterns, or what exactly do you attribute to that $2 million increase in revenue beyond where we were a year ago in our projections?
Great question, Alder. So it is Mother Nature, which has a huge impact on our revenues. So the current of saying within the water utilities, if the weather is pretty hot and warm, the finance director is happy and the supply manager is very unhappy, and the reverse is true when the opposite happens. So I cannot make both of them happy at the same time.
Very good. Thank you for sharing the anecdote too. Those are all my questions. Thanks again. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Paulson?
Is MadCap before the PSC at the same time as this this kind of standing 7.75? I'm sorry, that's not the actual increase. There's a base rate increase before the PSC right now, correct? And then MadCap is also before the PSC. Are they both up for consideration at the same time?
Yes, Alder, actually 3 components: expense depreciation, rate increase, and the MadCap, all packaged into one complex rate case before the PSC as we speak.
Okay, so that could all get approved by January. The MadCap rate could get approved by January, correct?
Yes, we will know much sooner than January 1st, hopefully in the next 30 days or so, one way or the other.
Okay.
So the PSC can approve all 3, or they can approve 1 or 2 of the 3.
Okay. How long is the implementation going to take? Like, because there's income restrictions and there's a bunch of, so there's some kind of application process, I assume. And how long will it take us to sort of implement that program?
Yes, so in anticipation of this PSC decision, we've been working and talking to CDA, and internally we have kind of developed a plan, and we have also talked to the 5 other departments that would be impacted by MadCap, because this is not just a customer assistance program for the water utility customers. This is a program for all 5 city service recipients. So this will impact 5 other departments. So we have been closely coordinating with all the impacted departments, and you can only do so much pending the actual decision, and then when the decision arrives, we got to post haste try our hand at implementing it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Any other questions for water? Seeing none, thank you, Krishna.
Thank you, and good evening, everybody.
All right, we're off to the streets division.
All right, good evening. Charlie Romines, Streets and Urban Forestry. And we'll move through this just as quickly as we can. Highlights and major changes. We'll discuss the Public Works labor here shortly. Potentially a pretty large change to how we've done business in Public Works. The Resource Recovery Special Charge, they're highlighted there. There's no rate increase for 2023. That will remain at $4.08. The budget this year, budgeted revenue was 1.5 million. That was set to go to 3 in the new budget. You can see we've added $604,000. That is coming, about 2/3 of that is coming from increased revenue from a larger than anticipated customer base. That's largely from businesses that have overwhelmingly decided to stay with our service. And about 1/3 of that coming from recycling credits from the MRF from Pelletieri, as the new agreement still allows us to capture some of the upside from the recycling market that has been incredibly high for most of the year. Related to urban forestry special charge, we're looking at a 6.1% increase this year. That follows an increase of just under 5% last year. It's about 40 cents a month for an average customer. That is primarily being driven from two places. We're moving the last of the parks forestry staffing costs off of capital and in the special charge. That's been about a 4 or 5 year process of moving staffing costs off of either general fund or capital funds and on the special charge. That work is now completed with this budget. And then there is funding from the urban forestry special charge going into the public works labor program, which again, we'll talk about in a little bit. Probably outside of that, we've had a few reductions in the streets division budget. None should amount to much as far as service levels. The $81,000 moving over from the general fund, the stormwater utility, is a recognition. For those of you who aren't aware, the stormwater utility pays for half of our leaf collection program in streets. This will cover approximately, just under half of our leaf disposal. A few other cuts and additions, moving advertising costs over to special charges to make the math work and put the advertising expense to where the work is actually happening. And then one thing we'll want to talk about, and I've got a slide here later, so I won't go into great detail now, but we're going to have to look at our summer public drop-off sites for next year. Position changes. Again, this relates exclusively to the Public Works Labor Program, so we'll talk about that shortly. Supplemental requests. We had requested the inclusion of 2 additional Public Works laborers to stave off potential reductions to drop-off sites, and those were not funded. Christine, if you could move that forward. So the Public Works Labor Program. For those of you that have heard myself or Eric or others talk for some time now, the seasonal laborer situation, at least in public works, has been broke or busted for a very long time. And it has been worse over the last 3 years. And just to put it frankly, we're not competitive in the local job market. When I started with the city over 11 years ago, I would say we were highly competitive, and over time we've fallen behind. And especially for those types of people that are looking to work longer term and work into longer term full-time employment. When you're looking to bring people in April and hopefully hold on them till November for $15 to $16 an hour, these types of job markets in Madison, Dane County, it just has not worked. We're also doing more and more skilled and complicated work with some of these folks. And so the other thing I would say is that we've not done a great job in public works historically of kind of matching up where our ebbs and flows to work are. Sometimes streets might have an ebb while parks flows and vice versa. And when we're all kind of working in our own silos and trying to scramble and quite honestly compete against each other quite often for the same seasonal staff that are willing to do the work, that doesn't put us in a very good position as a city. And I think it also, we haven't been able to, especially in the last few years, with the wages in Dane County going way it is, we just haven't been able to keep up and live all the goals we have for our staff. And so what this will do, with funding from parks, streets, and engineering, from the urban forestry special charge, and assuming in our case some savings from unemployment, is bring in 12 new positions. These will be full-time positions. 10 of them will be these public works laborers, or PWLs for short. These would be non-CDL positions. They would have very similar qualifications to what our seasonal laborers currently have. And I, as a side note, I will say that our seasonal laborers, at least what I saw in my time in parks, so I presume it's still true, and certainly what I see in streets, are really our most diverse group of workers in public works in about every way you can imagine the word diverse to mean. And so by keeping the minimum qualifications for these laborer positions similar to that of a seasonal, we see no reason why that shouldn't transfer right over to these positions. And much the same way we had success with the parks workers on a much smaller scale, and parks bringing in more diversity to that work unit, we think this will do the same on a larger scale and have the possibility to be much broader program. And so these folks will come in, they will work in streets, they will work in parks, they will do jobs that contractors have done in the past, they will do jobs that seasonals have done in the past, and quite honestly still will do. These 10, 12 people aren't going to get rid of long-term seasonals all on their own, but it's a meaningful start. The reason for the two lead workers is as these 10 positions come in, and they're not necessarily going to be highly skilled and have a lot of experience. Some may, many may not. But as they move from different work locations, working for different supervisors, doing very different work, having a lead worker that moves with them to be that constant point of contact, to hold them accountable, make sure they're working safely, they're getting the training they need. I hope you can see how having that kind of North Star, if you will, moving along with them as they move around the city is going to be quite needed and quite useful. And so we're working through some details. We have a pretty good idea in place on how the staff will move throughout the year from streets to parks and perform some of the work that engineering used to do with contractors to make a meaningful experience for the employees and provide meaningful work for the city. I think benefits for the employee hopefully are self-evident. They'll have a real wage of around $20 an hour, full city benefits, and there'll be a pool of candidates that are largely trained, people we know, they know us, that can help move into vacancies further up the hierarchy as those opportunities present themselves. Christine, you want to slide one more? And because I know it will come up, I just wanted to very quickly go through the public drop-off site situation. The funding from streets to help fund this came partly from $110,000 of seasonal dollars that we've used to have seasonals work our drop-off sites in the past. Now, the reality is over the last several years, we haven't been able to hire enough seasonals to even expend that money that way. And so we have had to triage other work facets and service levels. And one of the areas we've had to put full-time staff into to keep the sites open are our drop-off sites. So as some of you are aware right now, we're operating our traditional 2 full-time, full-service drop-off sites and a third site temporarily at the Olin Avenue that's open 4 nights a week and on weekends. I don't know right now if for this last year that we're kind of doing that, if we'll need to scale back some of those hours at the expense of making a decision to pull back on some of the other service levels we have. A lot of that's going to come down to how our recruitments go, both for our remaining seasonal positions as well as our machine operator ones. We've been carrying double-digit vacancies for a couple of years now, despite constant recruitment efforts. And so I only say this to let you know that our desire is to keep it open, keep all 3 sites operating in 23 as we did in 22. But with no real knowledge as we sit here in mid-October of what March, April, and May is going to look like as far as our hiring, how successful we have or haven't been. It's a little difficult to say with certainty we're going to be able to do that. So I wanted to be very transparent and clear that if we do have to pull back to keep other facets fully staffed and operating at the agreed upon service levels, the way we would do that is found here on this slide. And I presume you've read that by now if you're highly interested. So with that, certainly willing to answer questions about this or medians or anything else.
Thank you, Charlie. questions for streets and urban forestry? Alder Verveer, I knew I could count on you.
Yes, I know everybody was anticipating my colloquy with Charlie, not the least of which is Charlie. And when I saw the slides and they were distributed to us yesterday, Charlie, I appreciated the very detailed slide, of course, about the drop-off sites, but I'll start with your innovative public works laborer program, and just to ask a couple of questions about that, because I know that you're the architect of it. First, I knowing your track record working with our labor associations, I presume that our labor association partners are fully supportive of the program.
Yes, I've had conversations with 236 and 6,000. Eric more with 6,000 than me, but we have discussed with them, and they're on board. Again, I would say 2% of details to work out, but 98%, 99% we are there, and so they were comfortable with me including on the slide that they're in support.
Thank you. And then how much do you anticipate that, assuming that we implement this, which I'm sure we will, how much do you anticipate that we would actually save in unemployment insurance savings from all the claims that the long-term seasonals file every year?
So I am not in finance, as everyone here knows, but just with my math and with the number of those kind of 6-month seasonals that we're really targeting to not have as many, we're pegging it around $60,000. I mean, those seasonals that stay with us from April to October and November are typically the ones that are filing claims, not so much that the ones that are here for 2 to 3 months in the summer. And so it's hard to say with absolute certainty what that savings will be, but there will be real savings there because we're going to hire a lot less of those 6-7 month seasonals that on average file claims much more than the 2 to 3 month seasonals do.
So the $65,000 figure that is in your slide is the overall savings in next year that you all anticipate. Not just you, but as you mentioned, our friends in finance, you all calculated that.
That's what I had put in my justification and funding plan. Was the unemployment savings, the money out of urban forestry, the money that engineering uses for contracting, money out of streets, and then money out of parks, which was primarily seasonal laborers, but also in the streets situation, reallocating 2 trainee positions that we hadn't filled.
Thank you for that. And then, of course, I'm sure we all noticed, but I certainly noticed the phrase median maintenance at 2022 levels. And in fact, I remember reading your agency budget request, you used some similar language that would be kind of first and foremost, you'd be working on medians with this new public works labor program. So do you mind describing, and if Eric needs to jump in and talk, maybe now would be the effective time to do that instead of me then asking Eric questions later about how this will work for parks, and medians and so forth. But could you elaborate further between
Sure.
you and Eric on the median focus and what you mean by 2022 levels and so forth?
Sure. So related to medians, between engineering, parks, and streets, the understanding is that as far as any kind of median changeovers, whether they're going to be turned to hardscape or converted to some other type of landscaping or type of lower mow landscaping, that would still largely or maybe exclusively be handled through engineering and kind of their project budgets. The maintenance of the landscaping within the medians will be handled through parks. Reason for that being, if we want an aesthetic that is more kind of ornamental grasses, conservation-y type focus, right? They have staff who do that. If we want an old brick, planted flower beds, pretty colors, Parks has staff that does that through old brick. And so a number of these positions will be going to Parks in that kind of May through September time of year to allow for that work to be done by Park staff. By 22 maintenance levels, what we mean by that is in 2022, there's really no funding for adding planting materials, to replace things that had died or just didn't grow back, or annuals that need to be replanted annually. From a street side, what we would be taking over then is the mowing and string trimming and litter pickup, things of that nature, which we already have staff that do roadside mowing and litter pickup and things of that nature. So that's kind of the split of the labor. So landscape, making them pretty, Parks, because they already have staff that know how to do that work, and they'll get additional staff from here. And then mowing them, that will be mowing and trimming, litter collection, that will be streets staff. Now, I think where we gain here is that, and I'll speak from my personal experience having been in Parks, what was always difficult in the spring, particularly if we had an early spring, before seasonals came on board, right? You have the grass growing gangbusters in both the Parks and on the medians. And so what you always had to ask yourself is, are we going to put our limited staffing mowing athletic fields and Parks areas, or are we going to mow East Wash? And that was a horrible choice to have to make. The advantage now is it allows Park staff to focus on Parks, and they don't have to make that choice anymore. And whether mowing out a ball field or getting their parks looking right in the spring when people are anxious to get going. And for us in streets, if we have an early spring, we love that. And we can flow full-time staff right onto the terraces so we don't fall behind and wind up. We've all seen it, right? You get a little early spring, or we have a hard time bringing on seasonal staff, and that grass in the median gets 5, 6, 7 inches long. And then the first time or a couple of times you mow it, you're blowing it out into the road. That should not happen on this. We should be able to stay on top of it in the spring. We will be able to coordinate with ourselves, getting sweeping in behind. So I think there are advantages to this, even just, operationally allowing Parks to focus on Parks, and streets can ebb and flow better because we will have full-time staff. And we can coordinate sweepers and things of that nature. So I know I went a little bit beyond your question there, but like I said, I'm just high on what this can mean for some of our, particularly our early season maintenance.
Eric, did you wish to add anything at this point, or should I continue to ask a couple of follow-up questions?
And you can do either. I would just simply add, as you highlighted and recognized, 2022 standards are not inclusive of replanting, redesigning. So Charlie mentioned expertise that we have on our team. We hope to transfer knowledge to this team of employees. Actually, it's I think a key skill development as far as sustainable landscape maintenance that we could impart on the folks involved. But the current funding and the reallocation of funding here, there was no funding for replanting and exceptional beautification that does come with it. And I just don't want any misunderstandings of what this funding is equipped to do. We'll make what is there look as good as possible. We will maintain it as a team as best as possible. I'm certain that the mowing will be a massive improvement for everyone. But I just, although you highlighted it, I think you understood what that meant, but I just want to be exceedingly clear that unfortunately there wasn't enough funding to reallocate for things that weren't funded before.
Thank you for the elaboration, Eric. And so maybe I should have been more specific in my question of Greg Fries too, but as I understood his responses, he was saying that so there are no plans as he knows it tonight for any of those areas that would have been paved over under the current year adopted budget to be paved over next year, with the exception of this little strip at each end of the Monona Terrace Tunnel, as we talked about in this meeting a little. And so is the assumption then, as of tonight, and I realize this also has to be worked out between all your agencies. I get, it sounds like perhaps what is the assumption that those areas, those that before this year were under private contract on those high traffic volume streets, arterials, where we did go out through public works bidding and try to secure contractors to maintain the planting beds and so forth, that money is not anticipated in any of these budgets next year. And so all of those planting beds, again, they've been identified. It was on the front page of the State Journal and TV news coverage. And I don't know about the rest of my colleagues, but I received a bunch of constituent emails upset about the median situation when they saw the news, reporting on it earlier this year. Is the plan then that we would convert those beds if we aren't going to try to go to a public works contract route with private landscape firms, that those beds would all be converted to turf? If they won't be, and Kathy turned her camera back on too, so I don't know. Anyone that wants to take that, I'd appreciate it. And we have an answer to that today.
Well, the maintenance of those beds that was previously performed by private contractors will be performed by this pool of employees.
Oh, great. So these dozen FTEs, and I guess they're all technically Streets Division employees, correct me if I'm wrong, but they'll be Streets Division employees, will actually be doing their best to maintain the planting beds, just like Kathy, your engineering, your Amos Street crews have long had responsibilities for some of them, but not the ones that we went out to private contract to maintain.
Right, so they'll maintain the existing planting beds, but like Eric was saying, they won't be replacing plantings, they won't be putting new plantings in. Does that answer your question?
Yes, there won't be new pretty flowers planted, there won't be annuals, but you won't be converting any of the, for example, East Wash planting beds. You'll be these dozen FTE public works labor program members would be maintaining those beds as we know them today. So like the weeds won't be, as tall as they were this summer, for example, next year.
That's correct.
That is our goal.
And we likely won't be mowing them over and planting turf.
And I've promised Eric all the free wood mulch from the transfer station he can handle.
I'm sure you have a lot at Olin.
and I would just say, Alder, like we are meeting, we've been meeting, we're going to continue to meet about how to lay this out. There's a lot of different factors. If you've been down Fish Hatchery Road, Kathy's team, Greg and engineering's team has a contract converting that grass into kind of a low-mow prairie. There are a lot of categories of medians. I do think there is a huge benefit to having a team approach to how we're going to maintain them. I'm excited to know that in that early spring, before maybe that even the mulching is done, knowing that Charlie's team is going to be involved in, cleaning his staff, if it's not snow, once the snow starts melting, cleaning all the medians, including planting beds, in a very systematic, concerted manner that we don't have the resources to do. Normally, I think there's a lot of systematic de-siloing here that will help, but I think setting standards of what the expectation is after the last 2 years of not having contractors, multiple things that are changing and converting. I'm reticent to do that because I don't like to set a standard that I don't know is exactly how it's going to play out. But as Charlie and Kathy said, I'm confident it will be. I'm confident it'll be better than it was this last year. I'll say it that way.
Thank you. Your responses have all been very reassuring, so I really appreciate all of that. Why don't I move on then to the slide that perhaps Charlie prepared just for my edification on the public drop-off sites. And so thanks, Charlie. If I could obviously ask you a little more detail, you don't have to read the part, the rest of the slide that you didn't read in your initial presentation, but could you elaborate on when you might know, as the slide says, we may need, and why don't we know now, and so forth. So when do you think you would know if the public would be confronted with reduction of service at the public drop-off sites in the new year?
realistically, I would have and I know it doesn't fit perfectly for our budget process, but realistically by middle of January, as retirements come in, and we see we've got a recruitment going now for machine operators. We will likely post again in December and see how the response is to that. Our goal, is to not have to do it, Alder Revere, and make any changes. But when you're carrying the vacancies that we've been carrying, it's just I don't want to make commitments that we can't keep, and I can't dip any further into some of our other service levels for some of the other facets in order to keep that open if we're going to be carrying 9, 10, 12, 13 vacancies throughout the year for our inability to retain and recruit staff. So certainly I'll have a little better idea in the next month or so as this recruitment we have going now, we see how that shakes out. We're in the process in the next week or so making offers. Usually by end of November, people who are going to retire start making it known to us that they're going to retire. So that would give us some idea of what kind of vacancies we'll have, from that. And so certainly I would say in 2 or 3 more weeks, I'll have a better idea. A month or so from now, I'll have a better idea. And as we get into middle of January, is when we'll have our best, clear picture on what we will and won't be able to support for the drop-off sites.
Thank you. So it's not a matter of your bottom line and finances. It's just simply a matter of theme, the last 2 nights of budget hearings, recruitment and retention of our employees.
Correct. This is not about needing whole bunch more FTEs. It's more about being able to recruit and retain the FTEs we have. And the reason for the supplemental request that we put in for Public Works laborers is I'm a big proponent of trying to scale the pay to the ask of the employee, and having skilled expert machine operators essentially be attendants at public drop-off sites is sometimes necessary, but you'd rather have them working at their highest and best level. And so having positions that aren't seasonally based that we can recruit and hopefully retain better, that was the look there as far as trying to guarantee we can keep those drop-off sites at current levels. I understand that that's not the same as seasonal staff, but again, the seasonal model, we're really struggling with that. But we did, I think, meet our commitment this year to keeping those sites open to the hours we committed and did what we had to do there. So it's not we got hit hard over the last 6-7 years with retirements. The last year plus, we've actually lost a lot of people to the county and to other city agencies that aren't general fund reliant as we are, and have different decisions that they do and don't have to make. So that seems to have slowed some, but I don't know if that's a trend or just a welcome reprieve.
And in that vein, first and foremost, in your employees' decision making is overtime opportunities, I presume, in those other positions. You don't have the overtime opportunities that the other agencies do.
We've cut 70% of our leaf overtime through changing how we do leaf collection. So from a matter of being effective and efficient, great. But if you're trying to draw a paycheck off that overtime, not great. And then the changes we've made with how we staff in the winter certainly has reduced overtime opportunities, but it's put us in a better position to respond to winter events. So in one hand, that's great. But again, if you're counting on a paycheck for overtime, that's not great. So we've had some staff that have done their personal math and made decisions that are best for them. And it's hurt us as an agency, losing some really good people, but we're not alone in that.
One last curiosity question on the public drop-off sites, please, and that would be, so your experience this year at all 3 sites, have you mostly then not had seasonal hourlies in any of those booths? And in the past, it's I know a lot of them have been retired folks and so forth that accept these seasonal jobs to work in the drop-off sites. So are you saying that many of the folks that we and our constituents would see working at those locations this year were actually full-time employees that were pulled from their other work?
So this year, it's still predominantly seasonals. But what we've done there is we've filled in more than we have in the past with our machine operators. And then Alder Revere, we've kind of internally always had kind of 2 pools of seasonal laborers, our yard waste attendants, which are kind of non-CDL positions. And then our seasonal laborers that are out there working in brush collection, leaf collection, doing kind of working hand in hand and just answering that seasonal influx of work we get in the summer related to, certain work facets. So what we've had to do oftentimes is pull those seasonal laborers that would normally be helping with brush and street repair, island cleanup, that type of work, and move them over to the drop-off sites. So then, of course, while that keeps the drop-off sites going full steam, it lessens our ability to get as much street repair done, get brush collection done in a timely fashion, and certain other type of collections. So, and that's what when I use that term, like we're constantly in a triage of moving full-time and the seasonal staff we do have around to try and answer the neediest situation we have. Like I said, if we're going to have 110,000 less in seasonal labor next year, which we are, which by the way is the right thing to do. As is, and I want to be clear, as is the changes we've made in leaf collection and winter overtime. So I don't want to make any, like, it was the right thing to do from a work efficiency standpoint and delivering services. But it does have an effect when we can't keep staff the way we have in the past. And again, I don't think it's all from that. I think a lot of it has to do with the larger employment trends. It's just been maybe more acute in streets than in some other places because of some of those changes we've made. But mostly what residents have seen at our drop-off sites this year are still seasonals, more full-timers than they would have seen in the past, but still mostly seasonals. Again, we're just pulling them off of other work they would have traditionally done, which has a poor effect. It's too late to talk. A poor effect on some of that other work. So, like, there's no doubt we've filled less potholes, we've done less street repair, we've been less timely on brush collection, we've been less timely on graffiti, because some of those things we just can't do when we're carrying the number of FTE vacancies we have. And then when we can't attract seasonals as well. So that's just the reality of our situation. I think our staff, I'll take the opportunity. I think our staff has done a tremendous job, both supervisor staff moving people around and our field staff, our association staff, from getting as much done as humanly possible. So I do want to recognize that this isn't, I don't want to come across as this has been some failure on our staff's part. It hasn't. They've done a miraculous job, I think, of kind of duct tape and bubble gumming this together.
Thank you, Charlie. Very well said. I certainly, I'm speaking for myself, I haven't received any constituent complaints about loss of service, derogation of service in the streets division. So obviously you're making it work. I did have one final area I just wanted to ask about, and that's it. That is, I couldn't help but notice the significant projected surplus in underspending in snow removal supplies, thanks to Mother Nature. I presume entirely. So my question was, do you have a full stockpile then today of salt and sand and so forth, so that obviously you haven't spent nearly as much as you anticipated or we had budgeted in that area, but yet I see for next year what's budgeted in the proposed budget is back to the normal levels. So you understand what I'm asking is, do you have such an overwhelming significant surplus that you might not likewise need the money to the next year?
So what you're seeing there is a combination of a couple of things. One, obviously the very light winter that we had this past winter, which of course is only half
of this year.
Yeah. And the fact that even though it was light, we didn't order as much salt last year. One, because we didn't use as much, and two, we were trying to run down the amount because we had thought we were going to be building a new salt barn at Badger Road this year, and we didn't want to have to truck a bunch of salt to Sycamore and South Point. Given the state of the economy and expense and contractor availability, that project got pushed. So we're set to go this coming March instead of this past March. So we are currently purchasing salt and have taken some deliveries already for this winter. We will be fine for this winter, but we don't have an overwhelming supply that you might think we would have after a light winter and then a winter we didn't order much, because we were running it down so we wouldn't have to truck it out of Badger, assuming a construction project was going to happen that we found out in early March wasn't going to happen. So kind of a couple things came together there. We'll be fine for this winter. Like I said, we're already taking deliveries, but that's why that number was low, and why our budget for this year isn't reduced, because we're going to have to kind of restock from that low point to make sure we have enough for the winter. And from internal baseball, our supplier changed from local to Detroit, which now gets shipped out of Milwaukee. So we have a little less. We've had this supplier before, and it's fine. It's just you can't run as low when it's coming from Detroit through Milwaukee versus when you're grabbing it, off the east side of town there at the rail yard.
Thanks for your explanation. And thanks for all your responses. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. Are there other questions for streets? Seeing none. Thank you, Charlie.
Of course.
And last but definitely not least, because he put on a tie for us, we're going to parks.
I just heard Krishna's statement, so I was like, I went and busted out a jacket and a tie. No, I'm just kidding. I already had it on. But I took credit for the camera. His camera not working. I was ready. Good evening. I'm Eric Knapp, Madison Parks Superintendent. I'm here to talk to you briefly and answer your questions. Go through the overview here and get to those questions as soon as we can. Highlights and major changes on the lead community recreation services within the Parks Vision include the mayor's executive budget includes the Parks Alive program. That is the funding for the program coordinator, hourly, aspire intern, and corresponding supplies and services. That is not, and I want to reassure everyone here and all the folks who've helped make it happen this past year, it's not the whole program. We're going to do it alone. We still see this as an instrumentally tied to the community and other agencies in the city, CDD, the library, DCR, the NRT membership. That still needs to be a part of it to make it successful, but the coordination would move into parks to give it long-term sustainability. We also see it as a natural fit with integrating with other programming that we already do. Oberg Gardens, the biggest impact or change in the budget for this year. No change in real direct services provided. But as Dave Schmidtke mentioned yesterday in his briefing, the room tax funding towards Oberg was restored to pre-pandemic amounts of $325,000, supporting those operations. I will remind everyone the Oberg Botanical Gardens budget you see is for the city portion of that. The Botanical Society also has a commiserate operating budget that's a little bit larger than ours, but roughly in line. Park maintenance services, there's the reallocation we've talked about a little earlier. We might talk about more for public works staffing pool or the park public works laborer positions. We see that as a great opportunity for a lot of things, including opportunities for career advancement and entry level positions. There's a few other reallocations within positions that are highlighted in the budget. Most of those are just making things that were missed or we missed in the past year and a half and changes in staffing, permanent part-times and permanent level. There is an inclusion of a facility maintenance worker for the Olin facility, where which would be correspondingly paid for primarily by the MSCR, MMSD rents for their portion of that space. Planning development, no budget changes, continues the project development review, master planning, capital improvement programming. Warner Park, there's no budget changes here as well. Next slide, please. The community recreation services. This is where we get into some of those smaller increases, increasing the admin clerk from 0.6 to 1.0. Our park event totals are up to pre-pandemic levels and actually above that at this point this last year. So people did come back to gather in larger groups, outdoors at least, and they're doing so with a vociferously seeking joy in our park system this last summer. Mentioned the Parks Live Coordinator, park maintenance services. This is some more detail here. Recreation of a park worker that's permanent part-time to a 1.0 position. There's also a recognition of a parks worker converted from a PMW. The new facilities maintenance worker I mentioned, and then another big piece of news is the GIS specialist funded internally through reallocations. This will be incredibly helpful for our operations team from an analytical framework, from our planning development team, analytics and equity work. We ask a lot of questions that we don't always have the time to be able to answer with the data that does exist. And that is the wave of the future for managing a system like ours. And so it's very exciting to have that. Next slide, please. The reallocations, I will not go into this at all other than the reallocation of the hourly wages here for the pool of public works laborers that we talked about a little while ago. Again, the facilities maintenance worker and the GIS specialist, the supplemental request, the Parks Alive program that was funded in the mayor's executive budget was a request, our one and only supplemental based on a request from the NRTs, which the Parks Division takes NRT requests for us submitting budgetary requests very seriously and wanted to honor that. And we're glad to see it funded. I do think there's, with continued collaboration, there's a chance to expand the impact of that program. Next slide, please. And on to golf, separate slides. We're going to go through it here in order, but it's a whole separate budgetary agency. It's an enterprise fund for those who don't know. Currently budgeted at the same levels with no changes for 2022. We do intend to operate all 72 holes at 4 courses next year. We are continuing to work on the community-centered programming and diversification of use at the Glen, truly making a golf park in our continued partnership with the Park Foundation. We're continuing to invest and improve and expand our sustainable land management practices at other courses. There's more to come there. We will be profitable again this year, much like we were last year. We will be able to pay off the entirety of the debt to the general fund from earned revenue. That doesn't even include the land sale components. There are ongoing major concerns. I want to be clear, operationally, 3 profitable years in a row, $4 million again this year in revenue. Looks really good, but the outstanding capital needs are very real, very significant. We continue to work on a plan, and we think we can do a significant amount of improvement for the 18 that will remain at Yahara for a long time, and the 9 holes at Monona with a team-based approach of park staff or golf staff. With some additional investment, we're working on those plans now. There's ongoing stormwater issues and the age of our fleet equipment. The council will see soon a request to purchase a unique or a helpful asset that came up, and we continue to buy these as cheaply as we can from whatever source we can get them to try to get infrastructure in place that helps us be more efficient, safe, and productive. And ultimately, our big guiding document here is the Task Force on Municipal Golf and Madison Parks recommendations. So we're working on that staffing plan. We're working on focusing on how to utilize those some of the reserves entered from the Yahara land sale to reinvest so that we can talk about sustainability at more courses, adaptive layered use at all courses, much like you've seen at the Glen. It won't be the same narrative, but a similar mindset. And then we continue to seek and explore public-private partnerships for capital improvements and program development. And with that, we are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Eric. Questions for Parks? Going once? Going twice? No questions for Parks. All right. Thank you very much, Eric. Appreciate you. I guess there's a benefit to going last. So that brings us to the end of our agency briefings. President Furman?
I'd like to move to recommend to council a public hearing for the council meeting on Tuesday. Sorry, it's late. I'm moving referrals of the operating budget to the council meeting for a public hearing on Tuesday.
Second. It's moved and seconded to refer the operating budget to a council public hearing. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, the item is referred. A motion to adjourn is in order.
Hopefully I do it right this time. Move adjournment.
Second. Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good evening.